Who's ready for negatives? Oh, Huthor's not here. He doesn't get to enjoy the negatives. I love this shield. I don't even care that it's big as I am. It's a chunk of Deathwing's plate. Of course, it's as big as I am. I'm ready. Actually, I should get an outfit going. Just really quick.
Francis, lucky doos and root.
That'll work.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
So let's go see the boot shiner. What? I'm the boot? Okay. Apparently I'm the boot shiner, guys. Yep. We'll do that. You know, I don't even like the warrior mount. I mean, I'll use it, because beaming, but ugh. Look at this thing. Ugh. I spit on it. Ugh. Don't do it, Mega Skullmon's Pokemon. Never give me money again. Unless you win the lottery, then I'll accept a couple of bucks. 2. You get 2. Thank you for the sub. Can you figure out what you want to put it towards? Let me know. It was expensive at the time. I don't remember how much it cost overall.
Hail, champion!
Mission complete.
I am Valarjar.
Okay, being a leader isn't just about sending troops into combat, it's about making decisions.
Death to your enemies!
I do like making decisions. Let's go make a decision.
Olaf Yarkin.
Sure, whatever. It does actually help Mega Skullmon's Pokemon. Remember, you can put it towards 3 things, though. I'll put it towards Yakuza Kiwami, too. You can pick 2 more. And no, you can't double up. No cheating the system.
Hail, champion!
That's going.
Glory to Odin! Until the next...
Sure. You got it. There's the list. Once the mighty Titan-forged keepers of Ulduar and Odin acted as one! Then Odin was an evil dick and they broke off. Remember that. It's actually true, by the way. The rest of the keepers thought Odin was an evil dick and peaced out, okay? Remember that. Ever since Odin broke off to create the Valarjar, not even Odin's own son is bound to follow his father's advice. There's one hope to unite the forces of Skyhold and Ulduar. The Gjallarhorn was a gift given to Heimdall before Odin's departure. The keepers of Ulduar are oath-bound to answer the call of Gjallarhorn when it sounded, as it would signal the end times.
May your battles end in victory.
So, he can't convince his own son to work with him. So he has to compel him using an ancient oath, which a Titan Forged is functionally incapable of disobeying. Really think about that sentence for a moment. Like, the vibes were here all the way back in Legion that Odin was not a good person. He's not here yet, Magister. But he doesn't see the quote. They got rid of it. They got rid of the quote. I'm so sad about that.
Speak, mortal.
Ah, yes. Gjallarhorn.
I am vigilant.
You have proven yourself most thoroughly, time and time again. There can be no doubt you are the one to lead Odin's armies into the final battle. We must first obtain the horn so you can signal to our allies the end times are upon us. King Svergen Stormcloak. Stormcloak was the last known living guardian of the horn. Seek his spirit in the field of fallen kings.
I serve Skyhold.
And the Resident Evil block. You got it. They did, Magister. However, just for you. Hang on a second. Oh, he's very Titan. He's really Titan. He's too Titan. Like, a lot of the keepers we've interacted with yet have been, and there's no nice way to put this, a little bit infected by, you know, free will and sentience. Odin? Nope.
My hatred burns. Get it over with already. Go away. Go away! I will spit on your grave! I hate your damn gods! I would die 1,000 deaths to see you suffer! Why couldn't you let me die? Curse you! Curse your mother! I will bite your head down your throat! You Odin himself would you to the ground!
And the best part is, I can't give that a plus.
I dwell in the Shadowlands.
It's not in the game. It's not in the game. What is it you seek? Are you here to pilfer heirlooms like the others?
I'll be here.
Safeguarding the Jarlahorn was my duty, Void Elf. I will do what is right, but first I will ask for your aid. My family was disavowed by the mystics of our time, and this grave was ransacked. I cannot find peace when my family heirlooms are in the hands of the servants of the God King. Return them to me and I'll aid you. Who's the God King? Don't worry about it. Don't be thinking about the plot lines. Okay, real talk for a second. For the sake of coherency and, frankly, my sanity, we're going to be doing the Order Hall quests in, pretty much in blocks, right? But what you're supposed to do and what they're designed to be like is you go do parts of a zone, and then you go back to the Order Hall, and then you go back to the zone, and you kind of bounce back and forth between the two. So they reference each other a lot. It's actually very similar to how the Garrison campaigns were designed. Just better in every way. Is God King Scovold? He's kind of a moron. Don't hold it against him. He hasn't had any brains in that skull of his for several 100 years. No, I don't know what this accent is. Don't ask me.
You cannot resist your fate.
Are you sure? Because I know Bladestorm, and I'm a hasted fighter in melee range, so you're dead.
You could never be worthy.
That's true. He's got me. I'll just kill you and take your stuff then. That is how you people do things, right? The Fellsworn, if you're wondering what I'm referring to. Although, wait. Oh god, I can't actually... The guys under Scovold, they've got a clan name. I forget what it is. The dumbasses.
Your blood will be my warpaint.
Although, I love the fact that Odin gets so pissed that they're resisting him. Because they're just... They're just following his teachings. To the letter, even.
The crows will feast tonight. Your blood will be my warpaint.
We'll discuss more of that when we get to Stormheim proper, but it is hysterical.
My blood lost. Oh.
Like, you're so dishonorable, but we did everything you taught us. Oh, right. Well, you're against me in this, therefore you're bad. Which is very Titan, actually, now that I say that out loud.
Speak!
The Crown of the Forgotten King. The simple but well-crafted crown was once worn by King Svergen's Stormcloak. The dried blood suggests a violent demise. There's a signet, and the wings of a storm drake frame a bright gem in the medallion.
Talk to me when it's time to fight.
The Bonespeaker mystics used these heirlooms to tie my soul to this world. Under their curse, my soul cannot enter the halls of Valor. Find the soul pyre in Hostwald and throw my belongings into the flame. The fire that bound my soul through their foul magic will be the same fire that undoes the bond.
Go with valor.
This is cool and all, and I don't mind helping you, but question, what does this have anything to do with me being a warrior? Asking for a friend. See, that's the thing. We could complain a little bit about things like the Discipline Priest, or the Arcane Mage, or several other things which is kind of eyebrow-raising. But this has absolutely nothing to do with the warrior at all. These are not the warrior. This is not the warrior quest chain. This is the Odin quest chain.
I can feel their curse weakening. You must stop them from interfering with the right.
Yep, stopping ancient Vrykul curses. That just screams warrior to me. Like, make fun of the Dread Sails if you want, but at least it was very piratey, right? Like, copy-paste almost.
You have defiled the old base mystic. The God King is not firm.
Will live again. I spit on your ancient rights, shield maiden.
Champion, destroy this usurper.
Ignore her.
I will grant you my judgment.
There's some other person doing the quest, an unrelated quest on there. Ignore them, ignore them.
Get to the point.
I can feel it. My soul is my own again.
Talk to me when it's time to fight.
I thank you for doing this for me. I swore an oath to protect Gjallarhorn with my life, and so I did. You must tell Heimdall that his Gjallarhorn was devoured by the great worm Yor Huttum. It devoured an entire army of my men who were swallowed whole trying to fend off the beast. Find Yor Huttum and you will find the horn.
I'll be here.
Honestly, this would actually... I know this would sound weird.
No, you
This would
can't.
actually feel more fitting for something like, say,
You have seen
Hunter.
your fate, shield maiden.
That
You
warrior.
and this outsider.
Ugh, outsiders. I spit upon people who aren't like me. They're different! That means they can't be trusted. I'm sorry to point that out, but, like, I think I could literally already argue for my first warrior negative. We'll put this under atmosphere. We are strongly believing it's going to be Legion Mega Skull Munsbachmann, but however, the answer to your question is no, we do not know. I mean, it's not like Pandaria cut anything. Theme? Theme doesn't really apply here. Narrative isn't a category. We have like 10 categories that are narrative, but we don't have a narrative category. Warlords. Warlords would be the come from behind, oh crap. You know, wasn't expecting that blue shell kind of a reaction. I don't like this hall. I'll discuss the hall itself later. But I can actually give you a really, really simple reason why. Or rather, two reasons. Look around, what do you see? Valajar as aspirant. Valajar aspirant. Valajar as aspirant. Valkyr of Odin. Stormforged Valajar. 2 Valajar over there. 2 more Stormforged Valajar. there's no... So, even if I somehow didn't care about the many, many venerated warriors who could be in this hall, which I do care, it's worth noting, there is no NPC set dressing to speak of. The garrisons in Warlords had more activity of the play of just NPCs roaming around and doing stuff than this does. This is just an empty area. Second problem, related to the first, doodad design. Think about the Rogue Order Hall for a second, or the Mage one. Or, honestly, any of the other ones. There's details everywhere. But what do we see here? Yeah, Paladins, another great example. What do we see here? There's, like, statues. Yeah, but that's part of the bricks. There's a couple of, like, there's a sword and shield right there. There's a spear, an axe, and a shield right there. And that is it. Those are the only two doodads in this entire central circle. 2 doodads in this large of a real estate is insane. The brickwork is actually fine. The actual look of Halls of Valor itself. But ironically, I will not be giving any positives to it to the Order Hall because that deserves in the dungeon. Excuse me. Yeah, it doesn't even look like Ulduar. Remember, this is a chunk of Ulduar lifted up from Ulduar into this pocket dimension. Why does this look nothing like Ulduar? Trust me, I could come up with many things to complain about. Like, even if I go over here, this is really basic level doodads, especially for WoW standards. Yeah, it has... So, it fails on pretty much every level. And the thing is, one of the arguments that was leveled a couple of days ago when I started talking negatively about this this Order Hall was that, well, not everyone's going to be happy with the class fantasy they got in their Order Hall. And that's true. So I made a mental note to kind of remove my complaints about this not being warrior-centric from my complaints about it. And I still came up with plenty of complaints because it's what I would dare to say objectively badly designed. Like, again, doodad design is not good. Layout is not interesting. NPC set dressing is not existent. And even as a quest chain for Odin, it doesn't hit the notes it should. If you're paying attention, you could tell that Odin's an evil dick, but the entire quest chain treats this like Odin is some big, good ally who is here to help us against the Legion, instead of what he actually is. Yeah, no, this feels like this was put together in an afternoon with the assets that already existed from the dungeon. And that's ignoring the fact that it, again, literally breaks canon. By the way, check out that skybox. I know you're a bit more tolerant of skyboxes than I am, Yura, but that's not impressive. Especially for Legion, which has really good skyboxes. Like, we're post-Warlords at this point. We've started giving pluses to skyboxes. What is that nonsense? Like, that's it? That's me looking straight up there. Now, I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that the art design team, this has actually happened a lot in WoW, will make something, and then someone else will come along at some point in time, and then essentially make it for something. We've talked before about how the writers in the writers' room don't always talk to each other. Well, this Star Wars does this too, by the way. The art team will basically just be given free reign to make whatever they feel like. And then the writing team will be like, oh, let's use that for this, right? So, oftentimes visuals and setups and you know, graphics are actually designed before the story is designed for it. I know this, especially in this case, because we know what this place was back in the beta. In the beta of Legion, they took this and they decided, okay, let's go with a warrior afterlife. Remember, this is before the constructed afterlives existed, before the modern version of Shadowlands existed. So the idea here was that as a warrior, your job would be to go around recruiting the ghosts, the dead, of all of the greatest warriors in history. And there were some who's here. We had Broxigar, we had Lothar. I think we actually had Garrosh here as well. I don't remember the full list, forgive me. It was not a small list, because there's a lot of venerated... I think Thoradin was here as well, now I'm thinking about it. It was not a small list of warriors from Warcraft history. And that was the quest chain. You'll notice that's not what this is. I don't know when or why that changed into Odin's licking adventures. Now, that's an interesting point, Huthor. It's entirely possible that in mid-production, because remember, That version I just described existed. Like, it was already in the game. The NPCs were there. The voice lines were there. The models were made. The NPC, the labels were created and placed and given their routes in the order hall that already existed. That's pretty far into production, right? Which might put it about when they started actually inventing the Shadowlands. Because, like I think I've said, I'm not 100% sure when the constructed afterlife first came into existence. Is the simplest way to put that. I'm pretty sure I know when the jailer was invented, but I'm not 100% sure when the afterlives was first created. Because, yeah, Odin's eye does pop up here. In fact, if you look at him, he's actually missing one right now. And I don't want to spoil too much, but it's Shadowlands. Nobody cares about spoiling anything in Shadowlands. Let's see. Is it this one? Nah, previous one. There's Odin's eye. Anyways, sorry for ranting. I want to explain this a little bit. I want you to imagine that you go to a really nice buffet, like a proper Vegas buffet, right? And you've got all this amazing food, and you've got all this great stuff, and your friends have great stuff, and then they bring out your dish, and it's like a reheated Big Mac. You know, where the lettuce is starting to, like, look a little bit gross and fall aparty. And you're just like, that's my meal? That's what I get? And that's what it felt like, playing as a warrior. I had a meme amongst my friends in Legion that I was super happy to have this teleport thing, where I could teleport between zones as a warrior. Because it was all I had. It was the only benefit of playing a warrior, was I had this stupid teleport thing. And yeah, we've said it before and we'll say it again. Maldraxxus is better than this. Alright, I'm done. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to shut up about this. But I wanted to try and make my point that even regardless of my personal disappointment, this order hall and this order chain suck. Yeah, by the way, the actual Halls of Valor are pretty cool, and I like that dungeon. I like every dungeon in Legion.
The Legion cannot hide from us.
Alright. Now, I should have done this earlier. I apologize. I didn't realize it was the next thing was a mission, though. Wow, Spartan. This is functionally the Keeper Order Hall. It's just the Keepers, as I will give more negatives for later, and I will, this isn't about the Keepers, you know? The Keepers are just more sandwich bitches, just like we are. Like, we shine Odin's shoes, and Thorum's like, would you like another sandwich, father? And that's, I'm barely exaggerating. Yeah, the Keepers get smacked with the idiot ball, and they're all running to lick Odin's boots in every scene they're in. It's really bad. So I'm with you, Lord Harriman. And I would have been okay with this if that's kind of my point, is even though this isn't warrior-centric, and it super isn't, if it was Keeper-centric, I feel like I would have been able to swallow that, you know? But it's not. It's garbage.
What do you need?
I'm ready to fight.
So that is a 1-hour mission. So I've been thinking about this. And I've been debating how many negatives to give the fact that MSQ quests, main story quests, shut up, are, don't make fun, are time-gated. I think, so first of all, this isn't nearly as bad as Inquisition, but that's a matter of execution. I do think this is the same general problem as Inquisition. Because, yeah, there's tons of other stuff I can go do, and again, these are supposed to be done while you're off doing the zones, but if I feel like just doing the Order Hall, I should be allowed to. I should not be told to go grab a sandwich, Odin, for the next hour, and then come back to the game. I should mention there's no way to speed these up. There's not even a skip option like they sometimes do to these things. Inquisition does actually require the table, yes. That's ignoring the tremendous amount of side content that's on the table. But you do still need Inquisition for the MSQ. It's one of the worst examples of the mission board I've ever seen. Like, WoW has always done a bit of time gating, but they've also always had other ways to work around that. Let me use a direct example. Sometimes WoW... No, you cannot, Spartan. Sometimes WoW will do a thing where, like, a quest will come out in a week, and then the next step comes out the next week, and the next step comes out the next week, right? But in, I believe, every case, that's only when it's new. In other words, the more accurate way to phrase this would be the quests unlock each week. So if you jump in on week 3, the first 3 quests are all unlocked, and you're good to go, right? And that's fine, because that's mostly about, you know, when things are live, not when things are like, hey, I want to go experience this quest. Come back in a week. Oh. There is a huge exception to that in BFA, and I will bucket negatives onto it when we get there. But this is why, if you're paying attention while we're doing the order halls, that I lined it up very specifically so that every single class is on a specific thing. So I apologize again, but what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a chunk of an order hall, and then a chunk of an order hall, and then a chunk of an order hall. We're going to go down the list, and we're basically going to do all of Chapter 1s up to the first time gate. Then we're going to do all of Chapter 2s up to the second time gate, and so on. Does that make sense? Hopefully this will not be too hard to follow for everybody, because this is the only real way to keep this ball rolling. So let's go ahead and turn that in.
Anaria Shola.
Your scouting mission was successful, more so than we could have imagined. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Real quick.
All who oppose us.
Just immediate contrast. Look at the difference in that doodad utilization. Or, like, over here. Compared to what we just saw in the Halls of Valor. Look at that. Like, taking that shot right there. I'm not going to go into the order halls yet. I have a specific time in which I plan to do that. I just want to make the point very clearly how much they dropped the ball on frickin' Skyhold. Yeah, this place looks lived in. And I love it. I like most of the order halls, it's worth noting. Sorry. Getting back into it.
Victory lies ahead.
Ahem. Your troops were able to rescue survivalist Bon, a cunning strategist. In thanks, he's agreed to lend his skills to our cause. Go talk to him, and you can learn about class or order hall upgrades. Or not upgrades. Yeah, no, upgrades. That's the right word. Even out here. Look at that. Tents. The meat on the fire. Do you notice that one of the chairs has a little flagon and a water skin to refill it? Just sitting there on the chair. Marking the spot. She's actually watching out for Nell, who's just chilling in there, while Sif is hanging out, watching guard. She's got some books in there to read. She's got a bedroll and a pillow and... Details! You're good at this, Blizzard! You're best at this, frankly. You invented the term, doodads! I'm done. We're done.
Slow down.
That's good. Just grab that.
Until next time.
Never! I will never slow down. You.
My arrows strike true.
Oh, also, once again, NPC set dressing is better. Good variety of people, good variety of named people.
Our enemies will fall.
In the recent past, our order has spent a lot of time watching and waiting. With you at the helm, we'll be able to focus on our original calling. Take a look around us. Azeroth needs us now more than ever. The same enemy that led to our formation is threatening us once again. You should send someone to gather reports from the scouts.
Shorel Oran.
Wait, are we really going right into the next mission? Oh my god, we are. Just right into it.
Hour of battle is at hand.
Okay. And that's Hunter. Moving on. By the way, these aren't evenly spread out across the classes, so stuff like that's going to happen every now and again. Like I said, I walked away from that argument, Ghost Rider. It's okay. I understand that I'm wrong, terrible, worthless, and literally Stalin. And that's okay. I still hate the Order Hall, and I still hate the quest chain. Because like I said, even if it was all about Valhalla, which it isn't, I would be okay with it. And even if it was all about the Keepers, I would be okay with it, which it isn't.
Well met.
So, we found Chronicler Arion amongst the survivors. A well-respected archivist amongst the Kirin Tor. She'll allow us to do Order Hall upgrades. Sweet! It's getting a weird feeling of deja vu right now.
I'm listening. Farewell.
You know what? I'm going to take all that back, because even if it was all about Odin and it was done well, I'd still be okay with it.
Hello.
Therein lies the problem. What, are we seriously researching Frost Nova? But I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
You need something?
I'll give it many negatives, and I'll let it go.
Be careful.
Another thing I'm kind of following as we go through these, and this is important, because this absolutely matters for the review, is how much Order Hall resources these various things give, right? Because, like, it would be really, really easy to screw that up. You know what I mean? I do not want Alanethon. Can I have my real staff, please? Thanks. Okay.
Need help?
Since the Broken Isles... Oh my god, really?
Light bless you.
Since the Broken Isles is the epicenter of ancient elven magic and learning, there must be countless magical artifacts secret away and forgot...
I am needed elsewhere.
Fargoth, are you okay? Whatever. Since the Broken Isles is an epicenter of ancient elven learning, there must be countless magical artifacts secret away in forgotten vaults and reliquaries. We must secure them so they do not fall into the wrong hands. Perhaps you should send a champion. Sure, let's do the hour quest.
Feel the wrath.
You are no
of
match for the
Kalecgos.
Tears Guard.
Okay. Moving on. This is going to be a trend, isn't it? Still love that outfit. Alright, But I apologize, Ghost Rider. I will try to stop ringing on, but if anybody out there legitimately enjoys the Warrior Order Hall, that's awesome. As I've said many, many, many times, what I really want is people to be able to enjoy things. Life sucks bad enough as is, you know what I mean? We don't need to invent more reasons for suckitude. If someone came out to me and told me legitimately that they really liked Starfield, I'd ask if they had just recently had a concussion. But if they really did actually like Starfield, then that's awesome. I have nothing but positive thoughts for them.
Interesting.
Whew. Whenever we offered him, I was happy he was agreeable. I can tell you if he wasn't happy, he'd be on the first flight off this rock, that's for sure.
Keep it real.
No one can improve the way things are run around here. It's Winston Wolfe. I tell you, that man's a miracle worker. The Wolf is here to solve problems for us. He's brilliant and charming with an extra help of deadly piled on top.
If you ever need anything.
What was really funny, to add to the whole, oh my god, I feel like I'm getting the reheated Big Mac vibe, is my friend Pax was obviously playing Legion with me. Duh, I suppose. And, so he was doing the Shaman Order Hall, while I was doing the Warrior Order Hall. Now, I want you to imagine how those conversations would go. Each time we would go back and do a new step in the Order Hall. And it would just be like, so what'd you do? Well, what would you do? Oh, it was amazing. I did all these things, you know.
For the Alliance.
Excellent choice. I'll see it gets done. Good to be working with a professional. That's me, a professional.
We operate where others cannot.
Things are already looking up, but of course, in my experience, there's always a good amount of bad to temper the good.
Was that all?
There's an urgent matter that requires your attention. Oh, we're actually doing a real freaking quest. No, you can't, Uthor, even if you get on the right class. This was, I don't want to say this is the beginning of the solo-only stuff, but this was kind of the beginning of the solo-only stuff. Something BFA would do in spades. I actually plan to mention that when we get to BFA. The body of a woman with a knife in her back turned up in the sewers. Normally such matter would be less than newsworthy, but this is an SI-7 operative. I've got some of our goons guarding the body, but you'd better get over there before the word spreads. If SI-7 finds out about this will be bad for business.
All according to plan.
So, hang on. First and foremost, the co-op thing is something I should jot down, so let me write that down really quick here. So first of all, 3 pluses to co-op because we're still in the good co-op era. However, I will give 1 negative to co-op because of the solo-only problem beginning. Yeah, something like that, Papa Needs. I love the NPC set dressing of so many of these. I love it. I love it. There's so much NPCs. There's so much work done. Anyways, you may or may not remember this person. This is Amber Kiernan.
She obviously dead, you idiots! You saw she's dead. Maybe she's sleeping. She ain't sleeping, you dummy. She got a knife in her back. Why is she trying to sleep with a knife in her back?
Now, thank you, Creamy. This kind of hurt because I liked Amber. She's been around. Hang on, let me actually double check that statement, but I'm pretty sure she's been around since vanilla. Let me double check. Yep, she was the one keeping an eye out for the Defias all the way back in vanilla. She even mentioned Shaw, who also goes back to vanilla. Then she poked her head back in briefly in Cata, and she was part of the major incursion into Pandaria during Pandaria. She was also a part of Escalation and the siege into Orgrimmar. And now she's dead. Now, I don't want to spoil, but this is not the last time we see Amber Kiernan. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But still, having her just show up dead like this, I like and dislike this. Because on the one hand, it's exactly the type of thing that Huthor said. Legion really likes to kill people, essentially to show that the stakes are serious. You know, right? Like for shock value, as it's usually stated. But on the other hand, certain specific deaths like this one kind of work for me. Again, this helps to emphasize the nature of what's going on here and why this is the Burning Legion invading. Right? I might be in the minority on that, but I actually think that plenty of people, named characters, you know, even minor characters like Amber Kiernan, should be dying pretty much left and right. So, she had a letter. It's encrypted, and it bears the seal of SI-7. Now, also, notice her positioning. She was clearly trying to get down here, into where she knows the Rogue Order Hall is, and she got stabbed in the back. That's also a great hook, if I might be so bold. Oops, too far. Nope, not far enough. Damn it! And yeah, Holy Paladin is definitely a green DPS if you set it up right.
You have my ear.
Did you find the... Did you identify it? Was it an SI-7 operative?
Until next time.
So it's true. An SI-7 agent assassinated in our own backyard. If SI-7 links us to the murder, this will be bad for business. We'll need to get to the bottom of this sooner rather than later.
All in good time.
SI-7, for those of you who haven't played this game before, I do like how this is one of the first times I actually explain what it is the intelligence branch of the Alliance, based out of Stormwind City and headed up by Master Matthias Shaw. We've already met him during the assassination quest. As of late, they have been acting, shall we say, peculiar. I would like for you to send some of our people out to assess the situation. It might be nothing, but I'm not fond of situations I do not fully understand. If we're going to win this war against the Legion, the last thing we need is something wholly unexpected to occur.
Find out what SI-7 is up to. We can ill afford to have unknown variables at this stage of the game.
I have suspected for years now that FF14 has been trying to replicate the green DPS concept and is just having issues because FF14's engine is just so different.
I serve no one.
And yeah, anybody paying attention to the document may notice that I've been labeling pretty much every Order Hall thing as Prime-Opt, because it is.
Good luck, friend.
Rogue is the only exception where I'll be classifying it as MSQ. Because it is. What do you mean, Bregman? Meanwhile. Can I just say I love how some of these have run buffs? This is another great example of an order hall that seems simple, but isn't. Like this guy's so good. There's so much detail going on here, and very high resolution textures, and lots of people, and lots of doodadding. It's probably one of the most open, empty-looking order halls, but it doesn't bother me anywhere near as much as the halls or the Skyhold. And for that point, it's also substantially smaller. I also love the holy and the void theming with, you notice the middle is silver, as it should be. Sorry, we'll really talk about these in the future. Oh, gosh, I don't know, Yura. I suppose if I had to pick, I'd pick something super nostalgic. Like a specific spot I won't go into detail on off the coast of California. That would be nice. It's also a bit of a cathedral, that's true. I also like how we have a variety of NPCs. We don't have a Valajar, and a Valajar. We have an Anchorite, Draenei, a priest of, you know, a grand priest of the light of humans, and a priestess of Elune of the Night Elves. And there's actually quite a bit of that. In fact, one of the only survivors. Where is she? Where is she? She roams. I had trouble getting footage of her for the Warcraft too, because she roams. Oh god, where is she? I'm gonna feel very stupid if she's not here yet, if I have to do a mission or something to unlock her. Where is she? It's not that big of a place, there's nowhere to hide. That's an interesting point. Where's all the Horde races? We really should not be seeing Alliance-centric races. Okay, there's an Undead. One. Oh, there's a Troll and a Tauren. Okay, that's a little bit better. I didn't see her. Yeah, so, sorry. Some of you probably already know what I was going for. There's a Scarlet Crusader here. One Scarlet Crusader here. One of the straggling survivors. Whatever. Moving on, moving on. Keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
I will hide in shadows no longer.
So, let's go get to our researcher.
May light and shadow guide you.
Archon Torios. A blood elf, hey.
Anaria Shola.
That one, as usual.
Keep your wits about you.
Also, I want to recruit people. Also, Delis Moonfang. We saw her back in Warlords, just as a reminder.
What would you ask?
Sorry, it's over here. It's over here. Sorry. Bouncing around a lot of memories here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
May the light embrace you.
I'm gonna need those for later.
Goodbye for now.
No, I'm good.
Seeing
Thanks.
you.
I'm literally wearing the armor. I'm good. Although I kind of want to change my belt. I'm not going to change my belt later. We do have Moira. She's Horde, right? All right.
We will accomplish much together.
Of course. It's time we send some much-needed relief to our allies who are fighting on the front lines.
Next time.
Priests from all over Azeroth. I should be reading these. Priests from all over Azeroth have been aiding our allies on the front lines since the beginning. So this is a mission specifically to the Broken Shore.
I stand ready to help. May the light guide your way.
And we'll be back in an hour. Meanwhile, in another dimension. That would make sense considering that paladins and priests are so similar in gameplay and in lore. 1 second. Where's the imp lady? There you are. I think just for Yura, we'll be Destro for a while. Instead of Demo, which is my preferred. Yep, no. Hold on to that. That should be it. Look, Chaos Bolt is legit. Never dare gainsay that.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Yeah, I helped a friend of mine get that Papa Nix. We farmed it weekly for a while until he finally got it, and I decided I didn't really care. Because the drop rate was irritating me. I'll laugh if we end up getting it when we go through there. Although I'm not going to take my Warlocks, never mind.
Be careful.
So,
for the Alliance.
research person, you'll notice there's a trend here. This is the other benefit of doing this kind of rolling order hall stuff, is we do the first quest, and then it's like an hour wait. And by the time we get back to the warrior, we should actually be done with the hour.
Hi.
I swear I put thought into all this. I know I'm worthless and terrible and awful and no good and very bad, but I swear I put some thought into this.
You need something?
Okay, so.
See you around.
Next quest, there he is.
Make it quick.
Of course. The Black Harvest archives contain an immeasurable amount of magical knowledge. Excuse me, I've been smoking 15 cigarettes a day. I think it's reasonable to think that somewhere among the countless scrolls we'll find something to aid us in our mission to rescue the remaining council members. The search may be exhausting, but it's necessary.
Are we done?
Something very, very small that I always kind of liked about this. Warlocks are not exactly good people, but we don't abandon our own, right? It's actually kind of a common theme in several Warlock-specific quests. We saw this back in Pandaria, and we see a little bit of this in Vanilla. And we see this here. We're going to be going way out of our way to rescue our fellow Warlocks. Now, yes, they're an asset and blah, blah, blah.
Calidus is ready! I will leave but cinders!
But it's still worthwhile to mention that we are putting the effort into bothering to rescue our own, you know. The Black Harvest archives contain vast amount of... Oh yeah, so we're going to Dalaran to search for that. Boop. Next. Paladin, barely even human. I've been thinking about it as we go through these. I honestly think I might actually like the Paladin Order Hall purely visually the best. I was really torn about that, but like, just take that in for a second. Like, obviously, this main cathedral hall is great, and this array of NPCs is legitimately impressive. Several people spent several hours on a wiki figuring out and finding ID codes and setting people up here. But what really pushes it over the line for me is actually the exact thing that is the only thing that pushes against the complaint Huthor and I both have about the Paladin Hall. The little specific sections, like the Draenei section over there. Or the Tauren section over there, you know? Those little bits of flavor that actually push it out just a little bit more other than just being Paladin place. How many of you even noticed that we've got like these beams of light being generated in here, so we actually have some light in here? How many of you noticed that the torches do not have fire on them? Just, doodads. And then the problem, because I can't mention something good without also mentioning something bad, is this banner is freaking everywhere. Like, I'm sorry. Let's just take a random shot, like right here. Okay, so there's all those cool things, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like only 4 shots of the Silverhand banner in this random shot here. Let's go this way. Okay, we'll do another diagonal shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9! I missed one! 9 silver hand banners from this random position. I just stopped here. There's a lot to like, too. Come on. Like, I love this little thing here. The stone-clad book held up on a chain on a freaking stone hammer. I love it. Anyway, sorry. Moving on.
Greetings.
So.
Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Oh, I'm actually a bit behind. Oh, that's funny.
At your service. May the light...
Oh, that's right, because Paladin is offset from everyone else.
Always count on me.
Ho, ho, ho. Okay. Well, that's gonna be interesting.
Great to meet you. Safe travels.
Yeah, so for most other classes, there's what is effectively a side quest that leads to MSQ. For the Paladins, it's part of their order hall chain.
We will prevail.
I'm gonna try to hold off on that as long as I possibly can.
The Alliance.
A new mission requires our attention. Hearthglen has become under attack. Hearthglen? No!
Be careful.
We will assist Tyrion's... Oh, wait, he's dead.
At your service.
Go assist Hearthglen. Alright, they'll be back in an hour. Next. I really like the Tier 2 remix. Can I just say that really quick? Is that acceptable? No? Okay. I hate them! They're new. That means they're different. And I hate new and different things. They're terrible. Oh yeah, absolutely. Mega Skull on Spockmon. And Evoker looks cool too, I think I've seen it.
Aviana bless you.
I'm so sorry, Huther. Not only was the mission a success, our champions discovered a leaf of knowledge.
If we fall together.
Man, I love leaves of knowledge. Hey, can you use this leaf of knowledge? Oh, of course. It's a leaf, but with knowledge on it. 40 spell power. Damn, dude. You're playing a druid, right?
The skies call out for aid.
So, there's much we don't know about the nightmare. Why don't we go check out the nightmare?
May the winds...
I actually had a whole constructed story arc I briefly decided to dabble in during the Warcraft about how the druids, and I think the hunters, were so busy dealing with the nightmare, specifically so everyone else didn't have to think about it. Because everyone else is like, yeah, we're busy with the Legion. Could you handle that? And the druids are like, we got you.
We will protect the wilds.
Your spirit burns bright.
Oh, I need to recruit some dudes. Oh, where do I recruit dudes? I think it's over here. No? Yes? Maybe?
Hi.
Yes. There we go. Next. Down the list. Down the list. Rescued a guy who will allow us to do research. Journeyman Gold Mine? Wait, we rescued Gold Mine?
Blessings upon your family.
What's up, man?
What?
I may only be a journeyman, but I know a trick or two to get the most out of your crew. I'll make your fire sizzle, your water drizzle, your earths quake, and your winds break. I don't want to break wind. Thank you, though. Good luck, Pavanix.
The Legion's end draws near.
The Lord of Tides has the Lord of Tides has united with the Earthen Ring, but the matter remains of uniting the remaining elemental lords. For the next step of our campaign, I have organized a diplomatic mission to Skyval. The goal of the mission is to ascertain the political situation. Apparently, some guy who was going for the Windlord position just got killed by the monk. I don't know what's going on with that.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
So yeah, sending people up to Skywall.
I'm at your call.
Should have fully summed up.
How? Play the eternal sun.
And moving on. I swear, some of these Order Hall quests will be a little more interesting than what we're doing right now. I feel embarrassed. I forgot that it was literally like one step to the next timed mission. Still haven't decided how many negatives I'm giving this. I'll chew on it. We'll see how bad it gets. Because a lot of this is front-loaded so far. So we'll see.
Well met. Walk with the earth.
We have recruited Tianji. Oh, nice.
Go in
From the
peace.
School of the Ox, who happens to be right here.
Greetings. I hope to see you again soon.
I do like ox. It's delicious. I wonder what spirit energy tastes like.
Oh, hello. Farewell.
What souls taste like.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Troops are ready. I think it's time to test them out on the field, and I have the perfect assignment. Number 9 Jia is a well-respected scholar. She has knowledge that can help us improve the Order. However, many of her important scrolls were left behind during the attack on the Peak of Serenity.
We shall.
Don't worry, I'll send out troops to recover those immediately. Well, that's a 2-hour one. Oh,
I
that's
will need a
awful.
drink.
Don't
after
worry.
this.
I've got your back.
What's the lady, Uthor? I'm really bad with names, and I never played an Evoker, so none of them really connected with me, but she's the one who connected the most. Is it Emberthal? She was pretty prevalent during the, what is that, 10.1 arc? She's my first thought for, you know, the one being, like, the main focusing point there. Where I would put it... You know what? Let's put it in Onyxia's lair. Really touch it up. Let the art designer team go crazy on it. Add some stuff, add some detail, add some doodads. Yeah. I think I like that idea. Yeah, turn it into a creche, exactly. It's literally already set up for eggs. Excuse me. I was debating Blackwing's lair, but honestly, Blackrock, the mountain, is, first of all, heavily contested, and second of all, kind of going through several overhauls right now, especially with what's going on with the dwarves. I feel like in-universe and out, Onyxia's lair would actually work a little bit better. It also ties into one of the themes of them, of the Drakthir in general, which is legacy and turning the bad of the past into something good, making something good out of the mistakes, kind of a thing, you know. So turning Onyxia's lair into a place for positivity, for order, for help, for being a better thing for the future, that just kind of lines up with that for me. What's their quest? That's tougher. Dragons don't have much to do with Legion. I mean, we've got the one thing in High Mountain, and we've got the one thing in Stormheim, and that's kind of it. And ironically, the most obvious quest for them would be go help each of the flights to get their stuff together so they can help join against the Legion. Which, if that sounds familiar, then you've played Dragonflight. Congratulations. So, in the interest of not repeating things... Yeah, following Raytheon's... You know what? Yeah. I guess that's too obvious. As sad as that sounds. Go ahead and follow through on... Oh, that's true, we had that stuff in Azuna as well. Go ahead and follow through on building a bridge in between the Raytheon from Pandaria, you know, the one who's not even in the game anymore, and the Raytheon from BFA. Because he transitions rather suddenly from being anti-Legion to anti-Old Gods. Fill that gap. Explain why that shift happens as he's fighting the Legion. Maybe he deals with the Nightmare. Maybe he interacts with one of the corrupted green dragons. Maybe he starts to see the Old God corruption in High Mountain. And it's like, ooh. And the quest becomes finding out its source and finding out who's making moves and who's making waves. And you get it. Something like that.
For us, there's no peace, no rest.
The voice of the Lich King has spoken, and the Knights of the Ebon Blade will obey your command. The Four Horsemen were no ordinary Death Knights. They were born of pure and holy power gifted to from the Lich King to Kel'Thuzad. Yeah, the most powerful necromancer ever to the most powerful Lich ever. Cool, we can do that. This unholy power to raise the dead has now been passed to you. I'm sure you will wield it with great conviction. The Four Horsemen will be powerful allies against the Burning Legion, and Nazgrim is a worthy choice as the firstborn.
Then the Four Horsemen. I have my reservations, but I will obey your will, Death Lord. The Horde will be outraged, but Nazgrim will make a powerful Death Knight.
Will they be outraged, though? I mean... They will. They will. There is a lot of very understandable bias still against undeath in the world, so yeah, that tracks. So I kind of want to do something, if that's cool. I wasn't sure of when exactly to do it, but I feel like this is a good time to do it. Only one thing I don't like about this mount. It's the thing on the back, the casket. Also, I think the one from Icecrown is better. I do too, Papaneeks. Some of the mounts, you just get different mounts with different colors. Some of them change based on your spec. I kind of wish all of them changed based on your spec automatically, but that's because I'm lazy and don't like specifically changing it per spec. Stormheim is gorgeous. Look at that. Take that in for a second. And what's funny is this is probably one of the least interesting looking zones in Legion. Let's make sure the sound is on this time, since I made that mistake last time. Before we do this, my bars are completely wrong. I'm just going to fix that really quick, because that's going to be an issue going forward. So yeah, that is a memory of the second Lich King right there. In fact...
So many fallen kings, silent in their numberless graves. Even the mighty are rendered nameless by time. Every king must kneel before death.
And then he kneels. In case you missed it. there are one for each zone. We're going to do them what I consider to be in order. At the time, a lot of us, myself included, speculated that this was foreshadowing. Interestingly enough, it kinda was. Just not for something we wanted. Can't remember where this one is. Yeah, I know, but there's several insides. Elevator's broke. Never mind. We're good. We're good. False alarm. There he is.
You believe that you are in control, that your will is your own, yet you do as he commands. You exist by his whim alone. You imagine yourself to be free, but you will always be his instrument.
Now that is fascinating. Because it's 100% true, and it's something I've talked about for years and was eventually proven right about. Remember, the Lich King is beaming free will into everybody. We only have the ability to think for ourselves because we are being ordered to do so all the time. This also, interestingly enough, ties back into that central theme of World of Warcraft as a whole. One pillar versus many pillars. As long as there is one Lich King, there will always be a danger. Whether he beats corrupted, or gives into temptation, or gets killed, or defeated, or removed, or whatever, there's always that problem. Because that one Lich King has a crazy amount of total control. There's not really much anybody else can do about that. Oh, man. I wish that was in the game, Bragwin. It's worth noting that moment is in the short story. And I'll give them credit. They make it sound exactly as terrifying as it was. I believe we see it from Darian's perspective. And he specifically mentions how he actually had no idea that the Lich King's presence was in his mind. Until all of the sudden it was gone. And he's just like, what? Further south of here, looks like. I thought it was over here. I was right. Don't doubt yourself, Lore.
The darkness does not die. Rage against the nightmare. Struggle as you will. The infinite dark is patient. We will all be claimed in the end.
Because remember, the nightmare is just a tendril of the void. And the void's a problem. It is arguably the problem, actually. For the whole setting. I've said many times that Legion was the end of the main story arc. And that's because it's the end of the Legion. You know, the Burning Legion finally reaches its end in Legion. But it should be like up here somewhere. Like right over here, I want to say. But really, if you zoom the camera out, the villain of the entire setting is the Void. Oh no, I'll grab that for now. It should be over here somewhere. Oh, it's north. It's north. This is my favorite of these.
See the spirits writhe and twist. The numberless shades forsaken by time. The dead outnumber the living, and always will.
Yeah, that quote has stuck with me for years. You have to be a Frost Spec. You have to be wielding the Blades of the Fallen Prince. But otherwise, yes. Yeah, the whole idea is that we're hearing essentially echoes of what's left of the second Lich King. There's no motive there anymore. There's no personality or drive or perspective. Just echoes. Hello, Thessarian. How are you?
I am yours to command.
The world of the living will forever revile us for the dark task we begin this day.
The Ebon Blade will prevail.
General Nazgrim was one of the finest warriors our world has ever known, and his loyalty was unsurpassed, even for an orc. He deserves the peace of death, but this world cries out to be saved. The time for rest is over. Come, let us welcome Nazgrim into the arms of the damned.
We do. It is time, my lord. Do what must be done.
Small tidbit. Who was actually raising these into the Four Horsemen? Keep in mind, we are raising Death Knights, which I remind you is a substantially difficult thing to do. There's kind of a gradient of difficulty when it comes to making undead. And just about anybody can make a Type 1 undead, a golem made of bones, right? Kel'Thuzad was dabbling in that in his childhood years. But the raising an actual horseman is, raising a Death Knight, I should say, is towards the top of that list. In fact, I would say the only thing harder is raising a Lich. In fact, in both cases, I'm pretty sure, let's ignore Shadowlands for a second, that whoever the current Lich King is the only one who has the capacity to do either. I've theorized before that this is bad writing. In other words, that, Bolvar should not have the ability to do this, and frankly, neither should we. But hear me out for a second. I've been thinking about this, and, well, you know me, I've been paying very careful attention to the specific wording of the quests. I think this actually does make sense, because what's happening here, based on how they write it, is we are raising the Horseman with the power funneled into us from the third Lich King. He's got the raw power, but not the talent. We've got the talent, because we're one of the highest tier Death Knights in the setting. So, between the two of us, we can actually make new horsemen. My thoughts. It also lines up with several other things. If you've been paying attention during the Death Knight chains, a lot of what we do is stuff that he makes us do, literally forces us to do it. But we're the ones doing it. Food for thought. I love how the sky changes when we do that.
Nazgrim, your Death Lord calls. Feel the icy grip of your master, and rise once more.
I live again. How long has it been since I tasted death?
Long enough, my friend. The Burning Legion has returned, and you have been called to the battle.
Say no more. I will sever their heads from their bodies.
Indeed you shall, General. Indeed you shall.
Interesting little tidbit. Because of how the timeline works, actually, Nazgrim's only been dead for like a month or two. It has not been long.
Well met. None shall oppose you, Death Lord.
I like this quote. The world will cry out in anger against us, but the air that fills their lungs is bought with the price of our souls.
We do what the living cannot.
And yeah, I love how Nazgrim is just like, alright. It does no hesitation, no nothing. Oh, absolutely, Ghost Rider. It is also very in character for Nazgrim. I wonder how loyal he would be to Sylvanas.
All is not lost.
Well done, Deathlord. One of the Horde's greatest generals in life now serves you in undeath as your first horseman.
A shadow of hope remains.
Your power is great, Deathlord, but power alone will not be sufficient. If we're to save this world from the onslaught of the Legion, then you need powerful allies. The Knights of the Ebon Blade are yours to command. Go recruit Nazgrim and Thessarian.
We must forge our own destiny.
Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. It's. I was just going to bring that up. Thank you for saying that. It's so appropriate that Nazgrim doesn't even ask about the conclusion of the Hellscream War, because why would he? The mere fact that we're there standing before him says all it needs to.
I am here to serve.
Like, the fact that we're doing this and we're fighting the Legion is like, alright. You and I have been through much together. Now you stand before me as Deathlord and leader of the Order. I could not be more proud. The battle against the Legion will be hard fought and filled with peril. We should not embark on it alone, my friend. I will go wherever you command and kill whoever you wish me to kill.
None shall we do what the living cannot.
Also, appropriately enough, Nazgrim would probably be the Horseman of War.
I am waiting.
These foolish class trainers speak to me as if I've never held an axe before. They have nothing to teach me that I do not already know. The dark power of undeath flows through my veins, and it seeks blood in battle. Let's waste no more time in this dusty necropolis. Send me to the front line so I may spill the blood of our enemies.
We will prevail, no matter.
Yeah, I hate to point this out, but like, this outfit looks so cool on a troll. If I could point out one of the specific reasons why, it's the helmet. Most helmets are not meshed properly for certain races, trolls in particular. But the way that they elongated the black shading of the helmet in order to accommodate the troll's face actually works really well here. Look at that. And then, of course, he's a troll, so he looks badass, and he just looks badass in general. Anyways. So, yeah, all you have to do is have the Frost artifact equipped to be Frost spec and go to those spots. I don't even think you need to be time walking. You just do it.
Speak your peace.
Well done, Deathlord. Nazgrim and Thessarian are powerful champions. I'm sure they'll carry out your orders with deadly precision.
There's work to be done.
Now, the first mission is critical to the growth and power of our order. Send Nazgrim and Thessarian to seek out new candidates for the Ebon Blade.
Tomorrow is another.
When she says candidates, she means heroes who died in battle. To be very clear about that.
Nothing shall stand in our way.
I just want to be very clear about where we're getting our new recruits. So, the way that they were found originally is actually fairly banal of an answer, Ghost Rider. Death Knights, who were Frost Spec, were going through quest zones. All 4 of the spots I just showed are parts of quests, right? You go through each of them for one quest or another. And they happen to stumble upon the Lich King just standing over there. And they're like, huh? Aw. I don't look cool to Lord Harrimont.
He's wrong, though. I look super cool.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned that because that's probably why each of those 4 spots was put in a place where you would be questing. It's not like, say, the actual secrets, which that's a whole other thing. And those are designed to be solved by groups of people over the course of days. Unfortunately, I don't think I can look at this on a Zandalari, but whatever. Yeah, like the Hive Mind mount, exactly. Or the recent motorcycle thing. I can do this in 40 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. We have found some recruits.
I will listen for now.
A powerful necromancer has joined our cause. Oh, sweet!
Another time.
Hey, Necro Boy. Can you get me some ghouls? Oh yeah, trolls also have really good animations. I've kind of already showed that off. But I'll show it off more as we kill more things, because, yeah, frost trolls, or frost spec trolls, rather.
Make it quick. Suffer well.
I find it funny that, more or less by coincidence, Death Knights have just kind of drifted into the knight slot. You know what I mean, right? The knighted warrior is a fairly common archetype in class fantasy for a lot of games. It's even in Warcraft 2. The Knights, right? The Paladins. But the Paladins actually stopped using mounted stuff back in Warcraft 3. But the Death Knights in Warcraft 3 slotted right back into that slot. And yes, I know, the original Death Knights were mounted too, but you get my point. And it's just kind of stuck that way ever since. And frankly, I'm with it. There's a reason why I'm probably going to, on my actual Death Knight, take the talent that lets you just be mounted while fighting. Not because it's particularly useful, but because it's freaking cool.
Get on with it. We are done here.
Make fun if you must.
Leave me be.
Nothing shall
Surrender
stand
to the Ebon Blade.
Okay. Let's check back in with our warrior, shall we? Actually, no, I suppose we should do our dead demon hunter. I keep forgetting our demon hunter even exists. Sorry, Demon Hunter. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. Lormus Thalipides.
My life is dedicated to destroying the...
They've returned with him. It's Lormus, all right, but he's trapped in the body of the Dreadlord, Razalik the Defiler. Remember him? Not really, do you? Until we can make sure he doesn't pose a danger, I've ordered him kept in one of our demon traps below.
Do not give in to the...
Having Lormus back will work to our advantage, despite the fact that he's trapped in Razalik's body. And also the demon sometimes takes control. Still, he was one of our most powerful demon hunters, and now he has the knowledge of a Dreadlord at his disposal.
Be careful. Half the time he's down there threatening us in the demonic tongue.
What's up?
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
But you're...
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
Where to begin? I suppose the only thing that matters was the battle between me and the demon. Razalik the Defiler was a Dreadlord who'd been charged with the conquest of the Blasted Lands. I traveled there to stop him, but that did not turn out the way I planned. This is for those of you who didn't play Vanilla or Kata. In the end, the Defiler possessed me, and I, in turn, sacrificed myself so we would both die. Our souls were trapped within the enchanted blade to battle for all eternity. Sometime later, the blade was destroyed. Our souls escaped, only to be sent to the Twisted Nether. However, Razalik was a very powerful demon soul. As happens with many Dreadlords, a new body eventually formed. It said they can only truly be killed in the Twisting Nether. Yeah, there's this rogue named Silverfur. Don't worry about it. Within this new body, our souls are still entwined in eternal conflict. I am in control, most of the time, though it is a constant struggle. We demon hunters are accustomed to containing the demon within. Next thing I knew, we were expelled from the Twisting Nether, summoned by the Burning Legion to the invasion of Azeroth. At the Felbrae's ingress, I did my best to disrupt their efforts. The rest you know. Your champion came and retrieved me, and here I am. I will gladly serve if you will have me. I have access to Razalik's knowledge. Allow me to aid you in the war against the Legion.
Lord Illidan knows the way. Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
Must not give up, Chronokai Christo.
I live to serve the Illidari.
Actually, a good question as we're going to start considering. That sounds like good news. He's already contributed to the cause, and we're much stronger for his help. Still, he's not fully in control of Razalik. I think it's best we leave him in that trap till we get him a new body, don't you? And if he proves to be too much of a problem, we could take other measures.
No hug before you go?
I heard... I can only hug like your chin, lady. I heard a rumor you're going to attempt to make contact with Illidan's immortal soul on the Twisting Nether. You're going to need many magical things. I have taken the luxury of putting together a potential list. I do hope it proves helpful, gorgeous.
Try not to forget that the Legion wants to burn all worlds, especially yours.
Yep, that's kind of their shtick. They'll just send him to Maldraxxus, get him a new body. It'll be fine.
Do not fight alone.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Okay. Now, let's see if we could actually progress one of these a little bit. Get in some meat. Watch, it's going to be like one quest, then another timed quest. I really hope not. Which is, I love giving negatives. I'm also going to deliberately not do any of the leveling missions, because I'm kind of curious how necessary they are. You know? Nope, that's right, that's right.
Our enemies are closer than we think.
Glory is ours. The great worm cannot hide from us.
The battle is eternal.
Your armies have tracked the beast. My armies have tracked the beast to the highest peak in High Mountain. It has nowhere left to run, but is protected by foul Drogbar. You must go there and slay your Hunta.
I am vigilant.
What about Odin? He has some beard hair problems. What do you mean? Look at his freaking beard, man. Yeah, I'm looking at what about it? Do you know how hard that is to shave? Okay, I'm gonna let this be. No, listen, wait, come back, please. I need help. Wait, what?
Here! To live again and to fight! The glory of battle awaits!
Oh, thank God. We have someone other than all these Vrykul. We now have another Vrykul. Seriously, our current recruits for the warriors are a Vrykul, and a Vrykul. That is not actually an exaggeration. In fact, our recruitable, the one the generic troops we can recruit, are also Vrykul. Actually, let me make sure we have a full stock of those really quick.
Glory to Odin!
There we go. Yeah, aspirants. AKA Vrykul.
Death cannot stop me.
Dollar will
One
do.
day I may come.
I'll try to be as neutral about it as I possibly can later, Ghost Rider. We're not actually covering the Order Halls yet. But yes, there is a feasting hall where nothing is happening. Sorry, I'm letting it go, There's a garbage hall! Wait, sorry, no, still biased. There's a hall with things in it. There we go. Nice and neutral. Yeah, no, I can't possibly think of any dead warriors from WoW's history that could fill that slot. In fact, actually, I'm kind of curious of something. See if I can find the list that used to be in there. Here it is. Wow, this really is a full list. Holy crap. Okay, you ready for this? This is going to take a moment. So, here's all of the NPCs that were in the beta version of Skyhold. Oh my god, hang on, I didn't see this. There was a Q&A they did where they said they removed all of the NPCs because they felt like having so many human and orc heroes didn't work in a Vrykul place. Most of these ID codes still exist in the world. To wit, there's Magni, Thura, Darius Crowley, Grom Hellscream, Nazgril, Jared Shadowsong, Kurtulos Ravencrest, Cairn Bloodhoof, Broxigar, Nazgrim, Orc version, Orgrim Doomhammer, Anduin Lothar, Dalen Proudmoore, Lane Rin, you know, the king of Warcraft 1's as Stormwind, Thoris Trollbrain, again, human version, Varian, Jubathos, you know, the frickin', the original Blade Master, Marcus Jonathan, Kroll the Blade, Igneous Trollbane, one of the first Trollbanes, Cortatoros, Thargus Anvilmar, Joanna Blueheart, Modimus Anvilmar, Mancrick, High Warlord Kromush, he's from Kata, John J. Keishan, Gammon, Castricor, Gorgona, really? And Bragor Bloodfist. That is a list. Now, not all of those would really fit perfectly, but it's worth noting not all of them were dead either. Like, some of these people are still alive. Cairn was going to be the main quest giver. Cairn was going to be the main quest giver after Odin, obviously. Wow! Moving on. You're after the Great Worm. You must be very foolish or very brave. I know these mountains inside and out. Help me avenge my village, and I'll help you find the beast.
Beware the deep places of the earth.
Yeah, they're pretty far down there. God, Suramar looks so small from up here. My village was raised by a Drogbar tribe who worships the very beast you seek. No one was spared. Help me avenge my people, and I'll aid in your quest to find him.
Beware the deep places of the earth.
Okay. It's funny because so many people, including me, mentioned the idea of doing a recruity kind of a campaign, right? Basically, being a modern Gerard. Yeah, you remember back when we thought Kun Lai was a tall mountain? What's funny is even this isn't as high as mountains get in this game. Although I think we have peaked on the matter. I'm sorry.
The darkness gonna take you!
The Drogbar are interesting. We'll talk more about them when we get to High Mountain, though. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never been to northern USA, but I've been through the Rockies many times. But then again, I'm pretty sure most, mountain chains look kind of the same like that, so I don't know. And that's my answer to you. Muh! Do you think I am a lore runner? Please, I am a lore runner. Thank you for asking.
We're taking the mountain!
No, you're not. What do you mean? Oh! Why did you kill me? I mean, your name is the Cruel. I did used to like mountain climbing. Back before the incident. I don't even know if I could do it anymore.
High Mountain stands.
You're way up here. Yeah, I can look out above the Violet Citadel up here.
Beware the deep places of the earth.
You upheld your end of the promise, so I will do the same. Take these Drogbar drums, and bang on them to call Yortnong to feast. Find the worm's feeding mound and use the drums to lure her out. Notice they're giving this 1,000 resources, which is good, because I never want to run out of order resources.
Beware the deep places of the earth.
If we ever reach a point where I have to go grind order hall resources, then something's wrong somewhere. I swear if any sand gnomes pop out. Nah, we're good. Oh, that's a fair point, as Mister. I didn't even think about that. You're quite correct. Okay, I got Odin's sandwich. I put real thought into making, doing a mock-up of myself on a sandwich and just throwing that up when I was doing the Order Hall quest for the warrior. The only reason I didn't do it is because it would be too much work to constantly switch it in and out as we're bouncing between Order Halls. Yeah, no kidding, Bragwin. Probably get rid of any and all rep requirements too. By the way, you can really see what I mean about that line there. Or the clouds will block it, but it's there, I swear. There's the tree, and there's the Nighthold, and there's the Tomb of Sargeras. And there's the Fellstorm. We don't know what that is. Don't pay attention to that. Don't think about it too much. I do think you're right, Ghost Rider. What probably happened, if I was to theorize, is they probably had that lined up and quests and ideas designed for it, and changed their mind too late to really spend enough time to flesh out the Warrior Order Hall quests. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these quest chains feel like they spent a lot of time and effort really polishing them, right? Adding little details, really going into like nuances of what's going on, making the writing pop, making the voice acting pop, etc., etc. The Warrior one doesn't feel like it's had the same level of time put into it, regardless of quality. Now, it's not the only one that has that problem, I should mention, as we'll see with a couple of the other ones. But you can really tell the Order Halls where they had the time to polish. Wait. I must obey. It's the only one. Sorry. Varnish.
The Legion cannot hide from us.
The Yellowyorn is it finally in our possession. Carved from the tusk of a great beast, its impressive horn bears deep angular runes.
I serve.
It is done. The armies of Ulduar are bound by oath to join us now that we're in possession of this.
The battle is eternal.
Now we have Heimdall. Okay. Who did Ismir Star?
My Valijor. Remember, life is nothing without valor.
We would do well to bolster our forces before calling on our allies to join us in the final conflict against the Legion. That's another thing. That's funny. He acts like he's the only one fighting the Legion.
Go now, my champion.
So I don't know if this quest is mandatory.
Bring us
but yes, we're going to see a few quests that are going to take us in and out of dungeons. It's going to be irritating for the sake of the review. But it's worth noting that I really like this End the Day. Actually having, quests weave in and out of the dungeons. It helped that the dungeons were really freaking good in Legion. So back in the day, doing a Legion dungeon wasn't exactly a hard ask, Hello, Evo. This is also the era when they started making dungeon quests.
Death to your enemies!
Require you to kill the last boss so people would stop bailing.
I serve a greater
pretty much to ensure that people would be able to do those quests. God, Mob Souls M+. I'm out!
I am Valarjar!
Could have been worse. Could have been the Violet Hold. Okay, so... how long is this? It's an hour quest. Alright, so I'm feeling those negatives piling up. Check this out. You ready for this? Our current main quest for the Order Hall is to do 3 mission board quests, right? You'll notice only one of them is visible. That means they are sequential, which means you cannot do all 3 simultaneously and be more efficient about your time usage. You have to do an hour quest, and then an hour quest, and then an hour quest. So, that sucks. So, the Valkyria are under attack by Fellscorn, that's what they were called. Aid them and crush those who betrayed Odin. Have they really betrayed Odin, though?
What do you need?
Honestly. Oh, they're pretty low level for this, too, I just noticed. Hi, Blade to Fall! Yeah, we've been pushing a little. Let's do...
Our enemies are closer than we think.
You? Nope. How about... Ooh, I can't get above... Okay, we'll try to get some experience in. We might fail this quest. Yes, you have to be level 10, Blade of All. Okay, We'll come back to that. Meanwhile, at the hunter camp. Like I said, I was initially going to not grind my followers, but then again, I mean, grinding followers is time-based anyways. Not like I can. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't mind Odin as much. Hey look, it's Watcher Danoser.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
I watch.
If they were specifically building him up to be the asshole that he is, and they kind of do, but they don't portray it like that. It's only more recently that they've actually started, you know, leaning into the idea that Odin is not a good person.
The hour of battle is at hand.
Okay. Our scouts report seeing a village in Valshra being attacked by undead hounds. This is the perfect opportunity for the Unseen Path to make good on a promise to help those in need. You should head into Bradensbrook, see what we can do to help.
Our duty
Bradensbrook?
is to all of Azeroth.
A weird side journey, but sure, let's do it. Gotta dodge the tree there, I don't want to fall asleep. Wait, what? Why is this quest telling me to go up here?
How are ya?
Okay, fine.
Safe travels.
I'll go the slow way. I mean, again, as with all games like this, they like to just kind of slam ideas in wherever they can fit them. So, for example, the Hold, which I can't remember the name of right now, Blackrock. Blackrock Hold, sure, that makes perfect sense. But like Bradensbrook? Huh? I think the idea was that several of the Gilneans settled here after the events of Kata. Druids, etc. I will endeavor to take that as a compliment, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I know we've seen a whole lot of second monitor games as like a whole genre lately. Hey, Gerard, I'll talk with you later. I got other stuff to deal with right now.
What's your story?
I don't know who sent you, but I sure hope you're here to help.
You wouldn't want to see me.
Our village is swarming with beasts risen from the dead. The abominations never rest. They attack night and day. We're doing our best to keep them at bay, but it's getting to be more than the townsfolk can handle. They're tired and losing the will to fight. Anything you can do to lessen the burden would be greatly appreciated.
Watch your back. Long live Greymane.
Blackrock invaders are still targeting our farms and homes, even though there's not much left to pillage. We'd hoped that once they cleared us out, the attacks would stop, but it seems those mindless ghouls will follow any orders given by the commander. We'd take him out ourselves, but he's a sneaky feller. The only way to catch him is if someone lays a trap. I can provide the supplies.
Farewell.
I have to use a trap as a hunter? Ugh. Disgusting. Yeah, the Gilneans really like to settle in terrible, terrible places, don't they? That's true. It's not raining like it used to be. Aha! Why are all these night elves attacking us? Why are they all called Risen? It's almost like that's a very specific subset of undead, which aren't really truly undead in the strictest sense of the word, and are only used by dreadlords. Huh. Ah, well, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Really, Esmeralda Star? I didn't actually know that. Shows what I know. Honestly, Risen are barely undead. They're more traditional cursed. Type 2 undead. You know, that's fair, Lord Harrimont. We'll have to wait until we get to Stormheim to see that happening. Nice Suramar music playing here. Game, do you know what zone we're in right now? That's a good point. There's no Worgen around here. Didn't even think about that. So we decided to settle in the shadow of a giant night elven ruin. I don't know about you guys. I don't think I would do that, no matter how fertile the land is.
Get gabbing or get going.
Whatever you did out there at work, the hounds' attacks have slowed. Let's hope the villagers can get some rest and live to fight another day.
Let the light of the new moon guide you.
Thank you. I think the children will be able to sleep better knowing that those assassins aren't lurking just outside their door.
We are bound by a common enemy.
Yeah, sure thing. Did you hear something? Oh, hello. 2 swift shot. Our scouts have returned reports from all over Azeroth. It seems things are much worse than initially seemed. Return to the lodge as soon as you can. That's true. Swiftshot did actually shoot down a bunch of Worgen back in the day. With this here gun. That's a lie. This is a gun that Mimiron gave me. Who? Yeah, I don't know. It was some kind of big metal gnome thing. He was cool. What did he want from you? What do you mean you don't know? Yeah, he was like, hey, the Legion sucks, huh? I was like, yeah. Legion sucks. And they were like, hey, you want to do something about it? And I was like, yeah, alright. I mean, Mr. Reds here's got to eat, you know what I mean? He likes his kills slightly fresh. Just a little, you know? Just enough to still be wriggling.
Well met.
We've got that in common.
Thank you for your service.
I'm so glad we were able to help the people again. Your work in Bradensbrook just proves how much the unseen path is needed. I just killed a couple of dead. That's it. Since you've been away, we've had reports pouring in from all over Azeroth. With our ranks low, I'm not sure how we'll keep up. So many in need of our help, it may be time to call in some of our scouts from the field. One such scout is a huntress by the name of Hilare. Though she abandoned her clan long ago to join our order, she still feels the need to watch over them. Her dedication to protect those who would shun her is admirable, but we need her here.
May your weapon
Also,
strike true.
to do the most good, we need the best hunters. Having you leading the Order is a great start, but we'll need others who share your skill and expertise if we plan on making an impact. Rexar has a reputation of one of the greatest hunters of all time. And yet we can't decide if he's beast or survival for some reason. He's never been eager to aid the unseen path. Maybe you can convince him.
Take care.
I don't know, that sounds like an awesome quest. I shouldn't do that. God damn it, stop making me talk to this guy.
What's on your mind?
Ugh, slow mode.
Harpies from the Haglands are unleashing their perverse magic upon wildlife in the Screeching Crag. We don't know how to counter their curses. Please, stop this madness!
That is a sight, isn't it? Oh, why? And it's raining. Well, that was a sight, wasn't it? Ugh. Old man shakes his fist at clouds. I also have to admit, I've never really had any particular interest in the Vrykul in general. I don't have a good reason why. It's not like I dislike them, it's just they've never tickled my fancy the way, say, the Nerubians have. Or, I don't know, the Forsaken.
Hail, friend.
Or most of the elves. It's been quite some time since I've come across another from our order. If you come to collect me, I'm afraid that's not going to happen.
Keep your aim true.
I will not leave my post without Cora. A group of mages have her caged up like a beast, threatening to put her down. They claim she's responsible for the death of one of their own, but I refuse to believe that. Cora is a loyal and obedient companion. She would never attack without command. I tracked the demon that truly is responsible, but it put up quite a fight before getting away. My injuries prevented me from giving chase, but I'm sure that beast left a bloody trail. Alright. Let's see. Hang on. Yep. Definitely blood. Get a little more. Oh. Which one's that, Ross? Hello? Oh, hi, Evo. Sorry about the smell. I haven't taken a bath. Ever. I'm working on it. Choice paralysis? I'm going to ask a very stupid question. What is there to choose in a Persona-style game?
something?
Can I help you? Yeah. There's the head of the beast that killed your mage. Lenora, release the beast. It poses no threat to us. So anyways, bye.
I'm listening.
So, here you go.
Keep your aim true.
Thank you for securing Cora's release. She's still a bit skittish, but I think she'll recover in time. Question. Why do you have a pet that's smaller than one of your legs?
Hail, friend.
I knew it was only a matter of time before us scouts would be called home. My post has been much quiet one over the years, without much to act on, yet in recent times I've seen the clans abandon tradition in favor of following a king who chose to side with the Legion. My people I sought to protect allied with my enemy. I will not let others find a similar fate.
If you are leading the Order in its efforts to help those in need, then I offer myself to aid in any way I can. Come on, Cora. It is time to go home.
I suppose that's true. Maybe it's like a kitten to her. So I remember liking this upcoming quest. We'll see. I love the verticality high mountain. Again, it's not even that high compared to the Dragon Isles. God. But I still love it. Hey.
By fang and claw.
Living in the wild, you can never know what will happen next, but a good hunter can survive on skill and instinct. I'm acting on instinct.
So be it.
You're from the Lodge on the Hill, am I right? I've heard of your order. Respectable group, no doubt, but a bit dull for my tastes.
On the prowl. For the Horde.
The life of a hunter should never be dull. Living in the wild, you never know what will happen next, but you survive on instinct. Get it? Show me what you have, and I'll do it. Okay, sure.
Hunting.
Oh, hang on. I need some meat and I need some wood. Sorry, Mr. Red. Gonna eat you. Let's see. Need to get a good source of lumber. This feels like a good tree. Let me just knock this tree over with my gun. I forgot my axe at home. Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying not to gush about the brickwork yet. I'm trying to do everything in its own order, but yes! Okay, let's go and get a fire going. I use the gun on instinct. I've always wondered if undead who don't really need food and drink and warmth like other people do, still enjoy it. Like if they can still enjoy the sensation, you know. Given what I understand about Type 3 undead, we probably can. But it also probably isn't true for everyone.
The hunt begins.
Probably depends on how much of their body is intact and other little details like that.
Good hunting.
You built your campfire with ease and put a perfect sear on the steak. I'm impressed and hungry.
Let the hunt begin.
Time to put your skills to the test. Your order seems to be a lot of watching and waiting without a lot of action. Prove me wrong. Show me I might have something in common with the unseen path. You survive a night in the wild, I'll consider joining your order.
Let the hunt begin.
Okay. You need to survive in the wild. Boar meat makes a hearty meal when cooked over an open flame. It should not be eaten raw, however. They're berries that grow in this region. Some are edible, some cause sickness. You determine which are safe by their smell. Sweet indicates it's unsafe. Firewood is easily obtained from dying trees. You ready to begin?
For the Horde!
Nighttime. There's our hunger meter. Just gotta change. Misha, are you just gonna lay there, you lazy bones? I mean, Steve Blum is Steve Blum. They might not have been able to afford him for something like this. Plus, he was busy doing Diablo 3. I'm kidding. That was years before this. Misha's just tired. She's had a long day. That's true, Poponix. I don't know. We've theorized before that there was something... Okay, who the hell's killing all my boars? Hashtag other players. Oh my god. Wow. Find a boar before they're all dead. Anyways, what was I saying?
You're lucky I found you when
God damn it.
You almost died out there.
God damn it.
My quarry nears.
Is it really Evo? That's funny. God damn it, there's still another player here. Go away, other player. I like the idea that we passed out from hunger as an undead. I don't remember the names of all of them, but we find out that he names everyone something based on Misha. Like there's Misha, Geisha, Pisha, Lisha, Disha, stuff like that. It would be cool as Miristar. I mean, there's a toy to make dark nights this dark. Although I think the sky is different. It's blurry. I wonder how the overrides work. Just out of curiosity. Looks like the quest overrides the toy, which it should, in the interest of fairness. I'm eating on instinct. Sorry, hold on, I'm done. I'm done. You know, your bear looks pretty tasty there. You are not allowed to eat Misha. Okay. Can I eat my bear? I would prefer that you not. Okay. You know, what's funny is I am literally jumping on instinct. This is such muscle memory, I am not thinking about it. Yeah, what do I need to eat again? Look, this is my trial, and you're going to do it my way.
My quarry nears.
Well, you've got my attention. Not many hunters have what it takes to survive a night in these mountains.
So be it. On the...
An old threat has resurfaced, stronger than ever. Azeroth needs hunters like you who are willing to survive at all costs. As the leader of the Unseen Path, many will look to you for guidance. Show them they can survive. I will stand beside you, and together we will send a message that we can endure, even in the face of an enemy as great as the Burning Legion.
You have a natural instinct for survival. One that will only be strengthened in troubled times like these.
Flying on in. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
The Unseen Path welcomes you.
It's so good to have Hilare back at the lodge. Her dedication and skill will be useful in times to come, along with her lava snail.
Amaral, Commander! Have you seen it?
Wow, what's up?
Look to the sky! It's happening above the lodge!
Calm down, Pierce. What are you talking about?
The emergency signal flares! They're being fired above the lodge! Look for yourself!
It can't be. Those flares haven't been used in hundreds of years.
I don't say anything. Are you okay, Pierce? I swear I saw it! Uh-huh. Long ago, we gave select leaders special flares to be used in times of great need. Upon seeing the flare, the leader of the Unseen Path is supposed to head to the Southern Watchtower to meet with whoever lit it. I don't know who will face her, but we must move quickly.
Let's make our way to the Watchtower.
There's aliens. Like Evo. Evo, I accuse you of being a demon.
What do you seek?
I mean, if you think about it, demons aren't aliens. In this setting, anyways. Oh, I don't remember where I saw that joke, but there was this wonderful joke where it was like, you know, I have found you out. You're a betrayer. And it's like, wait, what? I'm a betrayer too. Huh? Well, okay, let's team up then. Yeah, let's go get Bob down the hall. Bob's like, no, guys, I'm a betrayer too. What? Turns out they're all demons or shapeshifters or whatever they were.
We saw your flares. Please let us know how we can help.
Hello, Khadgar.
Thank you for letting me be a guest in your hall. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances.
It actually reminds me of another joke. This isn't even a joke. This is a tactic. I highly recommend it for anybody out there who likes to play D&D. So, if you ever meet someone who you suspect is, like, manipulated or mind controlled or replaced by a shapeshifter, you know, whatever, right? Just kind of be like, if you have sufficient reason, you got to be sure first, but if you have sufficient reason to be like, hold up, are you a demon? What? No, I would never. No, it's cool. I am too. Huh? Yeah, I was sent to infiltrate wherever we are. Oh, dude, cool. And, like, if they go with it, then you know they're a demon, and then you backstab them.
I'm glad you're here.
I fear the Burning Legion's planning to invade Dalaran. Yep. In probably the worst dungeon in Legion. Still better than the Wrath version. I've dispatched members of the Kirin Tor to spy on various demon strongholds with hope they can uncover any plots. Meanwhile, Dalaran could benefit from the protection of the Unseen Path. I know its citizens will be safe with you guiding over them. Okay.
The Unseen Path will help, however we can.
You have my thanks.
Ishnu Allah.
We will not let Dalaran fall. We must do mission boards. But first, there's the Skyhorn allies could use some assistance. Their ongoing war with the invading Harpies has left them low on supplies. Anything we can give them will surely help with their efforts to rid those witches from their village.
Our duty is to all of Azeroth.
I mean, I suppose that's up to you, Blade Jamal, if you want to actually join them. The goal is to be like, no, look, dude, I'm totally with Kalak as well. My God, I had no idea. Yeah.
Glory to the Sindorai. The reckoning is at hand.
Our champions acquired the talents of Recruiter Samson, an extraordinary tracker. He has a way with animals, calling them to his side with utmost ease. In fact, he's already beginning to fill the stables with animals he has tracked and tamed. Really? What do you got for me?
What can I do for you?
If a wild beast smells fear on you, they're dead. Wait, hang on. If a wild beast smells fear on you, you're dead. Or sausage. If they smell sausage, you're dead.
Have a good one. Hey there. Safe travels.
Oh God, five missions? Please tell me these aren't sequential. Please tell me these aren't an hour each. Oh my God. The Legion has launched an invasion of Stormheim. Our hunters can attack from the cliffs, protecting the infantry below.
I will hunt them down.
Hour of battle.
Also notice once again, we do not have a 100% success rate on that. Okay, hang on. Another one popped up, but we can't, like, we literally can't do it. 41% chance is as high as we can get on that. Negative. That's disappointing. Where's this person? Where are you? Sky Horror. Let's do it. To my knowledge, we cannot tell the difference, Ghost Rider. We do know that some who are sufficiently converted, cough, cough, Archimond, cough, cough, Kil'jaeden, are functionally demons. They're no longer fell. But like a fell elf, they don't get shoved into the nether when they die. They just die, to use a specific example. By contrast, a demon hunter like Veritas, who actually had merged with a demon soul, is functionally a demon, and therefore went to the nether. I think that's about the only distinction we could really draw from, though. I could be wrong.
It is a day for flying.
You...
Anshe guide you. Beware the deep places of the earth.
You literally want me to give you...
We are High Mountain.
Oh my
Ride
God.
the winds.
This is...
Look to the skies.
You want me to
Ride
give you
the
food
winds.
and bandages.
Look to the skies.
Okay, you know what? No, I can work with that. I can work with that. Hang on. I've got a really good eye for choice cuts of meat. Give me a minute. Where are you going? Oh, I'm using this thing I got from the afterlife. Huh? Yeah, it lets me go back to Arkham. It's really neat. It's more like the other way around, off the deeper end. All Draenei used to be Eridar.
How may I aid you?
I need 95 of these, please.
Go.
Thank you. Line this up a little bit while we're here.
Greetings,
And while we're
traveler.
here, just get rid of all this crap.
Goodbye.
It's also worth noting there's a theory that there is no such thing as a natural-born demon. It's like this. We have a few races that we know... Let me walk this sentence back. There are quite a few races we know were converted into demons, and we see quite a few of those as we go throughout the games. There are some demons that we don't know if they were converted from something, but that's the thing. We don't know if they were converted from something. Their history, their backstory is question mark. So it's entirely possible there is no such thing as a natural-born demon. Correct, Evo. To my knowledge, demons have no capacity to procreate other than, conversion. Given how Fel works, that actually makes a degree of sense to me.
Harpies from the Haglands are
Shut up.
unleashing their perverse...
Nobody cares about the harpies. Hey!
Have you come to trade? Together we are High Mountain. High Mountain stands on Sheikaiju. Beware the deep places of the earth. On Sheikaiju. Greetings, traveler. Beware the deep places of the earth. Ride the winds.
It's funny you say that, because we're actually pretty sure that imps come from the... I forget what they're called.
Together we are High
the
Mountain.
things that have similar models to
Beware
imps.
the deep places of the earth. Together we are High Mountain. Look to the skies. I have just the thing for you.
This is exactly as riveting as it looks.
Ride the winds. What has the wind brought? Together we are High Mountain.
You know,
Look to the skies.
they added a bit of quality of life tech in Dragonflight,
High Mountain stands.
which allows you the quest to detect how many of an item you have to turn in, and then give you a quest to turn in that many of an item. So, like, if you have 50 on you, a quest will pop up saying, turn in 50. But if you only have 3, it'll be turn in 1. And you do the turn in 1 3 times. It's actually a nice little bit of tech.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
Our alliance with the Skyhorn is stronger than ever.
Thank you for your service.
And done. Okay. Now we just need these to succeed. An imp mother has made Bredensbrook her breeding grounds. That's pretty gross.
Let the hunt begin.
Why do you only have an 11%? Oh, whatever. Moving on. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Wait, no, this isn't Legion of Doom.
Feel free to browse. Be careful.
Yeah, the Legion of Bloom? We'll go with Bloom.
Need help?
Your champion discovered some powerful
Go
artifacts.
with honor, friend.
Archmage Vargos' longtime apprentice, Ravandwir, has arrived in the Hall of the Guardian with an urgent message.
Safe
I remember
travels.
him from BC, actually. No, really, he was there. He was the guy who pointed us to saving him. We'll go with that. Well, you see, Lunaruth. Hold on, what? Oh, that was weird. If you want me to go into in-depth details...
I think that cough is getting worse.
...on exactly how an imp mother has sex, I'm afraid you're watching the wrong channel. However, over on my OnlyFans page... Meryl, what's wrong?
I feel my experience is relevant here.
Have we met before? Your face is familiar. Yeah, we met in Outland. Your champion discovered some sort of magical device emanating from the secretive Empyrean Society Enclave in Ajuna. Archmage Vargoth asked me to request Meryl's aid in investigating it, but as you can see, Meryl is clearly too ill to travel at the moment. Would you be willing to go in his place? You'll need to prove yourself to gain entrance. We should be able to find something sufficient in the Hate Coil war camp.
Meryl, please get some rest. Conjurer, I hope to see you in Azuna shortly.
Yes, I think I will. Thank you for taking over for me.
Yeah, I got your back. Nope, this is the rabbit hole you have jumped down, Linerith.
What can I do for you?
This is your new
See you
hell.
later. Good day to you. Safe travels.
Get out of my inventory. See if I have the shortcuts yet. No, it's more likely as imp mothers literally just turn souls or convert existing, I forget what they're called, into imps. Either that or they just didn't think about it. I know, shocking idea. Looks like I have none of these so far. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, if you want to think about gross, that's your business. I ain't here to judge. I am here to judge the game. Including Contradiction, Overlord 1, and Metal Gear Solid 2. Thank you, Papa Neeks, for being part of the show. It's over here. That's where it is.
It's a great day to practice magic. Take care, friend.
The Empyrean Society is a dangerous cult. They claim to study all magic, regardless of its source, but in reality they focus mostly on forbidden. They'll welcome you into their enclave if you bring them a magical artifact. The Hate Coil have found the perfect gifts, a pearl of arcane wisdom and scrolls from the depths beneath the Narthalos Academy. You will have to convince them to part with a few.
Let me know if you need my help with anything.
I could probably manage that. Yeah, I've noticed that bug ever since, I'd say about 2 patches ago. It's probably extremely low priority to fix, because it's just irritating, as opposed to actually damaging. But I will admit, it irritates the crap out of me. Yeah, they call themselves the Hate Coil. Because they're very hatey. I don't know. Listen, we're not uncivilized, PM Freox. I mean, we are, but you know what I mean.
Die, Land Walker!
You have to think about the branding involved. Whoops, wrong button.
You dare stand against us?
Yes. That's a good point. I hear of it on good authority that tunnel snakes rule. Why do you pronounce the J in that? What? What do you mean? Like, doesn't Najatar just roll off the tongue easier? Yes, but there's a J in it. Yeah, but... Never mind. Look, do you say Azjara as Shara? Oh, no. Never mind. Is it just me, or do spells not spend as much mana as they used to in Arcane?
Your bones will sharpen my trident!
Yeah, that, are my regens higher? I don't know.
Die, Landwalker!
I used to have to be pretty careful about my rotation, and now, I mean, my mana's already back to full. From that volley just there. I mean, granted, I do have my procs set up, and my build is all set around procs, so maybe that's part of it? I don't know. That could also be stupid. Where are these jackasses? There they are.
Isara, be on your guard while inside the Empyrean Enclave.
Always. But why the warning?
Even experienced mages have an alarming tendency to disappear here, and we could really use you in the Tiris Guard. Look, my favorite conjurer has arrived.
Could I have any other title? Like, seriously, any other title? Please. It stands for Programmed Random Occurrence. PROC. And that's pretty much exactly what it says. It means.
Well met, friend.
So, here you go.
Until we meet again.
Good. We should be able to enter the Empyrean Society Enclave and have a look around.
Take care, friend.
Yeah, by the way, Sojiro here. We don't know much about the Empyrean Society's activities, but you appear to be a new recruit, and you should be able to ask some questions. Let's meet up at the Rotunda up the hill.
Your friend is right. We should work together.
Okay. I am but a humble Draenei mage of incredible power. The Empyrean Society of Exotic Magical Arts, or Azima.
You need something?
Marley must evaluate your
Safe
gift.
travels.
Okay, I can do that.
How are you? Have a good one. Good day to you. See you around.
Magician?
Baladash Malinore.
Magician is usually something I see as an insult for mages.
The dark times will pass.
You know, magicians... Penn and Teller are magicians.
I don't see anything unusual about this brazier. It looks to be in pretty good shape for something so ancient.
Interesting place. Excuse me, could we, pass? No?
There's a fell rune locking that door. The Empyrean Society should not be using such magic.
An illusion, Papanix. What are you hiding?
Lovely view up here. Now that book warrants a closer look.
Hello?
More Kirin-Tor spies! Your friend has been...
There's nothing exotic about...
Now it is your turn!
Okay. You really want to do this? You really want to fight me? I mean, I'm cool with it. You know, it's whatever to me. You know, you're dead, so...
Greetings. What's new?
Good news is good.
Power.
They're using fell magic. I knew there was something off about them, but I never suspected this.
Keep your eyes open, friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you interested in the Empyrean Society? I'm a bit of a misfit, to be honest. Most Sindori are content to live out their entire lives in the confines of Silvermoon. However, I found it stifling after so many years living on Draenor. I've never been one to hold my opinions back. When Grand Magister Romoth asked me to leave and become the Magister's Seeker of Wisdom, it was a relief for us both. I intend to discover if the Empyrean Society possesses anything of use. Well, what do you know about their activities? They're a secretive bunch, and tend to speak in riddles, so not very much. It's known they search the world for rare forms of magic to study, and this enclave may have found something quite powerful. I intend to discover what it is they're hiding.
Farewell. Let me know if you come across anything interesting.
I noticed that quite a few of the Empyrean Society's books are inscribed with fell magic. It's blasphemous. We must confiscate as many as we can. Okay.
Keep your eyes open, friend.
The Empyrean Society is certainly much more dangerous than they appear. Unimaginable any mage would study fell magic. That's for warlocks and the Legion. Since our friend appears to be delayed, it looks like we'll have to deal with this ourselves. We should remove this sect so they can't corrupt anyone else.
Farewell. Let me know if you come across anything interesting.
I'll try. By the way, small little world building bit. Don't worry, we'll go out there later. But you see that spot down there? That looks like they have cages of people, which they can lower into the water. Yeah, that's where they kill people so they can process their souls for fuel. Anyways. Excuse me. I accuse you of being a demon. They didn't turn into demons. Yeah, I'll kill him anyways. You know, while we're here. Okay, so there's a living bunny. And there's 2 dead bunnies? And there's a fell bunny! Okay, I'm murdering all of these people now. Y'all done screwed up, boys.
I'm just as good with a sword as I am with spells. Any preference?
No. You do you.
The Burning Legion killed my family. Die!
I don't want to sound dismissive, but get in line. The Legion has killed a lot of people. Like, an extraordinarily large number of people. Like, kind of a scary amount of people. Billions. Literal billions. You ever heard of the game They Are Billions? What's actually referring to all the people the Legion killed. Yeah, can we play a melee mage? That sounds cool. Oh, her family was important. So her other family doesn't count. See, this makes much more sense. I mean, I hate to say this, but honestly, we already have a Magic Knight. And it's very cool. One of the biggest problems, I've talked about this 1,000 times. One of the biggest problems we have in a lot of games like this, where you have a lot of classes, is even if you don't want classes to be homogenized, they're going to start blending a little bit at some point or another.
Or death by spells. It's all the same to me.
It's a problem FF14 is running into in spades right now. And has for a while. And they keep adding new classes, and I keep being like, no, stop! Stop adding new classes! God damn it!
Yes?
Think about it for just a second, Huthor. Most of your actual abilities give you buffs and magical buffs, I should say, magical enchantments, which you then spend or allow you to do your roguey stuff a lot faster or a lot harder. You also have the ability to just kind of do shadow damage on top of your regular damage, and to act as if you're in stealth even when you're not. To me, that just screams mage fighter, right? Like, I know it is shadow instead of arcane, but you get the idea. Now, I'm not saying we can't have another mage knight, I'm just saying I would be hesitant to add another class which is functionally just subtlety again, because we already have so many specs already.
Hello. Have you found anything interesting lately?
I hope you found all the books.
Keep your eyes open, friend.
Better take those back to the Hall of the Guardian for safekeeping. Or I could burn them.
Knowledge is
Do you have fire magic? Could we?
Farewell. Let me know if you come across anything interesting. Keep your eyes open, friend.
We've certainly reduced the Empyrean Society's numbers. I don't think they'll be luring any more members to their cause for a while. There's only one place we haven't investigated, and I suspect the ruin we found is attuned to the door. Let's see what's inside the building.
Farewell. Let me know if you come across anything interesting.
Actually, so I was thinking about this earlier, and I'm not sure a good time to talk about it, so I guess now works. If you had, gun to the head, if you had, local streamer puts gun to viewer's head, film at 11, to pick one of the mage specs to be a melee-centric spec, Mage Knight, essentially, which would you pick? And if applicable, why? Hello? Hello?
No. Ravendweir!
What the? Oh my god, he's in Felcrystal. That has got to suck. Last time we saw one of those, it was killing Tyrion. Hello? Is that a fell blizzard? Jesus.
Ravendweir, you should not have gone off alone.
Are you as excited as I am to be here?
No. I thought I'd snoop around a bit before I met you at the Rotunda. Unfortunately, my invisibility spell wore off at an inopportune time. I'm glad you found me. What is it you found?
Until we meet again. Let me know if you need my help with anything.
So there's a message from Archmage Vargoth. I found it hard to believe the Archmage would be involved in such a malevolent group. There must be a good explanation for why he's been here. Regardless, we'd best return to the hall and inform Meryl about what we've uncovered. Now, normally there'd be
See you back in the Hall of the Guardian. Isara, you are welcome to join us there.
I'll do that. See you soon.
Normally, these quests would involve, traipsing back to your thing slowly. But we're mages. So, See, what I was actually thinking, I'm not sure how feasible this is. I would have to really process this. But I wonder if it's possible to effectively convert an existing spec into a melee-centric spec via hero talents. Because we already know they can change how you play, right? They can act as mutators on playstyle. And yeah, part of the problem is, and why I think this is an interesting question, is all three mage specs are in a very good place right now. So I'm quite hesitant to touch on any of them. Frost is amazing, and very good builder spender. Arcane is fantastic, especially if you know what you're doing, and can be built in a lot of different builds. And Fire is all kinds of amazing, and really rewards the player for paying attention on the micro level. Oops, I'm in the wrong place. That's fair, Luthor. Not 100% sure I agree with that, but it is fair.
Have a good one.
There we go. Yeah, you notice we have no Earth spec anything. Anywhere. Like, we have a couple of Earth spells. Periodically.
King's honor, friend. Farewell.
Is that up? It's gotta be up. Yeah. That would be interesting. If we go with a hero talent, though, that would mean technically 2 specs could be a melee spec.
Good day to you. Very well. Off and away. Interesting.
In that case, I'd make it Arcane Fire.
Light be with you.
If I had to. As much as I would hate to lose Arcane, because I love Arcane, or Fire, because I love Fire, the fact remains that there's plenty of support in the setting for both of those types of specs to be enhancy rather than casty. I mean, we actually see people who empower themselves with arcane magic, specifically arcane magic, and then go beat the crap out of someone.
Khadgar, thank you for coming so quickly. He is declining rapidly.
This illness is magical in nature. You were right to summon me, Ravensweir.
Meryl, no, don't get up. Okay, that's really gross. Thank you. Thank you for that.
You've arrived just in time.
Ravensweir speaks highly of how you dealt with the Imperial Society.
It is a world of wonder.
Archmage Vargoth's involvement in the Imperial Society is troubling. However, he has proven his loyalty to the Kirin Tor many times. We must give him the benefit of the doubt, for now. Still, I am obligated to share our concerns with the rest of the Council. You'd best travel to Dalaran and meet with him in the Violet Citadel. I'll remain here to care for our old friend.
It's good to have you on our side.
Meryl's illness is troubling. I've seen something similar before, but I can't think of the name. Talk to my friend. I call her Ari. She's lived in the Hall of the Guardian since its last use. If a tome or magical affliction is found here, she would know where to look.
Remain vigilant.
I have been Vargoth's apprentice for far too long. Maybe it's time I serve a new master.
Take care, friend.
Yes, join me. Could you make some curry for me? I would really appreciate it, thanks. You and I have proven quite successful together. I'd be happy to lend you my swords and spells against the Legion anytime.
Knowledge is power.
I need to be taking notes on this. Let's see. I mean, beef stew is kind of like curry. It's just a little less spicy. Yeah, I don't know where these guns are coming from. I think everyone lives in the U.S. apparently.
Farewell. Be careful.
Archmage Khadgar is my friend. That he trusts you means much. I know of a book which you seek, but it does not want to be found. It's old and angry and thirsts for power. We'll have to convince it to emerge from hiding in the proper way. Perhaps you bring in a gift of Nightwell energy from the Nightborn Elves?
Good luck, friend.
You want me to what? Okay. So, would I rather have a 4th mage spec of Spellslord, or a 4th mage spec of Chronomancer Healer? Healer, no question. A 4th a DPS spec is cool, but a 4th spec that's a different role is much cooler. Assuming relatively equal quality, which I am presuming. Yeah, Spellward's a tank? Hang on, let me think about that then.
We do not tolerate misconduct amongst our own, Conjurer. However, if your accusation against Archmage Vargoth proves malicious, know that the consequences will be severe.
Sure.
And Serum, I've been following the Conjurer for some time now, and these are not spurious charges. I too observed Archmage Vargoth behaving oddly.
As have I. He has been quite preoccupied of late.
What can I do for you?
It's true Vargoth is exploring fell magic. If it's true, I'll be shocked. Still, we owe you our thanks in bringing this matter to our attention.
Be careful.
Archmage Vargoth has been absent for a while. You may have a look for his living quarters here in the Citadel Tower. Kalik will escort you there. I will hold hope that our esteemed colleague is merely up to his usual eccentricities.
Portal coming up.
Thanks, Caligos. You know you can call me Kalik, right? Nah, it's good. I'm good.
This is a nice space for a mortal. Let's see what secrets it is hiding.
Okay, I like empty space, but man. A bit much, isn't it? There's a frosted donut!
Oh, that stinks. It's covered in mold. Archmage Vargoth has been away longer than I thought. Mortals and their crystal balls. Although this one may actually be more than just a novelty. Now this is interesting. I had no idea Archmage Vargoth was also interested in the breeding habits of angelfish.
Okay.
Fascinating. This is a spellbook of ancient Nightborn rituals. I must borrow it sometime. Wait, is that a journal you found? That may be what we're looking for.
The Nightborn Soulstone is what it's titled.
This world is full of wonder.
What have you discovered?
Good luck, champion.
This is Archmage Vargoth's notes on the Nightborn Soulstone. Supposedly the energy of captured souls stored within can be channeled directly from the stone. If that's true, that's very powerful indeed.
Remember your duty to Azeroth.
He seems to be mixed up in something dangerous. Not that that's unusual for an Archmage of his caliber and experience. The Archway Vault may be where he's headed, but we should investigate all the leads in order to get a better idea of what's going on. Go do this Order Hall mission.
Meet again.
Okay, I can do that. In fact, I'm going to start there right now. Yeah, the more I think about it, I love the idea of a mage healer. I do. But spellbreakers, you know? Not only is that going all the way back to Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne to be more accurate, but also the ogres tapped into the breaker thing too. And maybe something else that I can't think of off the top of my head.
Enough talk. Time for action.
Feel the wrath.
You are no
of
match for the
Kalecgos.
Tyr's Guard.
So yeah, spellbreaker and a tank. Full tilt. I don't want to spoil too much, but screw it, let's spoil everything. Oh, it doesn't show her with her shield out. Oh well. You get the idea though, right? That's true. We could bring in ogres as playable if we did that. And I mean, again, we already have established elven breakers too. Elven and ogres, that would be kind of fascinating of a combo there. More in common than you'd think. Not completely. It's not 1-to-1. No, that would be the Zandalari. Oh god. Maybe there's like super elite ogre spellbreakers who are actually called siege breakers. There's a lot of demons in this city. Oh my god. What is with all these demons? Holy crap. Excuse me. Excuse me, demon. Oh, I have to kill you. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah, you guys like mana, right? Okay, let me help you out with that. Yeah, speaking of Spellblades. I'll take that. That's it. 4. Oh, okay, this might take a minute. What's with these grindy quests in these?
Age has ended!
I don't even remember these quests being here. Just shows how stupid I am. Yeah, that's just one. Holy crap, negative to gameplay. Well, anyways, we're gonna be here a minute. If I'm being completely honest, though, as weird as this is probably going to sound, my true wish list item would not be for a tank or a healer or a DPS. It would be for support. Maybe not for mage, but just in general. So here's the follow-up question. You get to pick one class to add a support spec to. Who do you pick? Gun to the head! There's always a gun to the head. Whoa. Didn't need to annihilate that guy there. No, I got it, Papa Neeks. Thanks, though. It's not like I'm going slow. It's just I can't mass pull. Listen, I'm American, Eva. There's always gotta be a gun. Which ones don't already have one? So the only class with a support spec is Evoker. And yeah, Shaman feels like a default. Yes, it's been a very controversial change. Put me firmly in the yes, more please camp of that. We've talked about this before, Blade Tavell, you and I specifically. I've wanted more support setup in MMOs for years. Now, Evo, you're amazing. See, enhancement. Shaman is almost too easy of a choice, you know? So I was trying to think of a more interesting decision other than Shaman. And Warrior was actually my first thought there. Now, I have to admit I'm cheating because I have played Lotro. And in Lotro, there's actually a class called Captain. It's kind of Paladin-y, but really, no, it's not really a Paladin. It is a support melee. It's kind of a catch-all. It can heal a little bit. You know, it can buff. None of these count, really? Wow, none of these count. I'm gonna look up if there's a place where I can farm this quicker and easier. Hang on a second. But yeah, like leader, commander. Star Trek Online actually has a similar thing with the I think it's actually called commander sub setup. Oh, Suramar is going to be a cavalcade of positives when we get there. Here we go. I will refrain from complaining about people complaining. Feels a little recursive at that point. See, the interesting thing is, I think we can make a fairly strong argument for every class to get a support spec. All of them. I think we can make it work in all cases. Probably the hardest one would be something like, you know, Rogue, but even that would work.
Porteras Bella.
I suppose that's true. Rogue could just be a debuffer.
Your star is fading!
Back in Lotro, hate to keep calling it Lotro, there was something called group maneuvers, which were an awesome idea. I believe they borrowed from FF11. And they were a really cool thing. They were pretty involved, so forgive me for giving a really dumb explanation of what they were. But the general idea was, if something happens to provoke a group maneuver, then this thing would pop up, and every player would be able to then use their abilities to do red, green, or blue, I believe it is. And the specific combo you did would change what ability happens. Make sense? So there were some that were like super buffs, there were some like they were super healers, there were some that would like absolutely destroy a single target very, very, very quickly. Stuff like that, right? It was a really cool concept, but required a large amount of coordination from the players. It pretty much mandated that you knew what you were going to do ahead of time, and you already had like the order in which people would do their things in advance. Now, you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with a support class? So, one of the classes, I believe it actually was Rogue, or excuse me, Burglar, actually had a specific ability that they could use on like a 2-minute cooldown to just make one of those maneuvers happen, to provoke a maneuver opportunity. And you see where I'm going with it now.
Tremble before our strength!
By the way, pro tip, there's this little chessboard here. As you can see, they respawn basically instantly, so you can just sit here and mass murder them, and they do count.
Your star is fading.
We're almost done. Thank you, Wowhead. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Monobran. I'm gonna have to remember this spot for the future. And this should be enough. Done. Still gets a negative. Thankfully, we can skip most of the aggravation there. Alright. Go ahead and pop in here. Well, this is actually not a primary optional quest. It is, in fact, a secondary quest, which I didn't know. That does sound pretty cool, Blartival.
What brings you here? Be careful. Good luck, friend.
Look, it was right here under our noses. Arcanist's Guide to Rare Diseases. Sheep's thing. Most books just want to be dusted off and read from time to time. We'll find the vials of Nightwell energy. We'll leave the vials of Nightwell energy, and it will go with you meekly enough. Here, I've packaged the book up to you to bring to Khadgar. I wrapped it in moth's wings and keep it soothed and lighthearted. And here's a gift for you. A small thing, really. Thank you.
Farewell.
I think. So, thanks in no small part to Josh Strive Hayes, shoutouts, I've been looking a little bit into RuneScape 3 lately. Not RuneScape Classic, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. That's just not what I want. But what has impressed me with the design is how much they've been willing to experiment and, try things.
Greetings.
Do weird and interesting things with everything, with quest design, with class design, with world progression.
Hello. My goods?
The problem is RuneScape 3 doesn't have a very large player base. In fact, it has such a small player base that, well, it's not even in the top, 20 list for MMOs. Or 30. Or 50. It's pretty small, is what I'm trying to say. They also over-monetize the ever-living crap out of it, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm not bringing this up to talk about RuneScape 3, but rather to mention how many MMOs that don't have a large player base tend to be more free to experiment with the stuff they put in their MMOs. Unlike both WoW and FF14, which honestly tend to not really try and experiment with new things. See the statement just a minute ago about not making Priest have a support spec because players whined about it.
We will defend Azeroth together.
Ari is much more than she appears, you know. She was once one of the most powerful Archmagi on Azeroth, and a member of the Council of Tirisfal. Unfortunately, her mind was badly damaged, and she has not left the Hall of the Guardian Sons. She must like you very much to have given you a gift. If you bring her something special in return, she might like you. She prefers things in threes.
Be mindful of
And that's a dungeon quest, which we will not be doing now. I don't remember where all these are from. Honey brew? Wait, honey brew? What? That can't be right. You okay over there, Meryl? Fine, I'm just vomiting every few seconds. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. I think we got time for another one. And a rogue. You know what's funny? I just thought of this. I could hear the argument that you don't want to have that kind of group interaction kind of a thing going on, because then players would have to play with groups. But they already have the tech to bypass that problem now.
You be careful.
Because followers exist. Okay, we just did a mission to Stormwind, because there's been reports of infiltrating demons. Which, yeah, I mean, of course a demon is going to infiltrate Stormwind. Come on, that just makes sense.
What is it?
Why is Matthias Shaw stepping up the number of agents he has in Horde territory? We'll just keep an eye on this situation.
Until next time.
We need to find out who's behind the assassination of Amber Kiernan. It'll be long before SS7 realizes their agent is MIA and comes sniffing around the Hall of Shadows. Here, take these stylish spy glasses and set them to scan for traces of hemoglobin. I've taken the liberty of calibrating them specifically for Amber Kiernan's blood. What is this, a Bond film? Follow the blood trail, but make sure to stay out of sight.
All according to plan.
Okay, let's put these things on for a second. Here they are. Yes, I am available for really dumb insurance commercials. Alright, Grifta, could you stop being a quest, just so I stop seeing it?
Greetings, man. Stay away from the voodoo.
Cool. The answer to my question is no. Jesus, Amber, did you bleed out all over Dalaran? Was nobody paying attention? Here comes Silverfur. Check out those shades. Thanks. You probably shouldn't see me, but I'm just going to ignore that for a second. It's actually not that simple, Uthor. What he did is he gave them a 90-day extension to continue arguing their case. But yes, what you just said is what everyone is going to trumpet, which is exactly why he did it. It's free press.
How much longer is this going to take?
These drop boxes are tricky. I've almost got it. Amber Kiernan was one of our own. I still can't believe we had to kill her.
When the orders come from Master Shaw himself, you don't ask questions. You're sure you got her, right? We can't afford to mess this up.
I told you already. I never miss.
We should have killed her back in Citrine Bay. Doing the hit in Dalaran was too risky. We can't afford witnesses.
Interesting. Yeah, take off these stupid shades.
Hey there.
Could you,
See you later.
Ah, thank you. You know, if I ever live long enough to be able to look at the current events from the historical lens, I'd love to know why so many people go along with what he wants. It's an interesting question mark, and in most cases those kind of questions can be answered. But I actually have no idea in this case.
The shadows call.
Let me get this straight. You're saying that Matthias Shaw ordered the death of one of his best agents? This is more serious than I first thought. We'll need to continue to search for clues.
Was that all?
The Burning Legion invades Azeroth, and SI7 is wasting valuable resources hunting down and assassinating their top agents? Something isn't adding up. I need to find out how deep this goes. Why was Amber Kiernan being hunted by her own organization? The assassin you tailed mentioned Citrine Bay. Search Citrine Bay for clues. We'll see about getting this letter decrypted.
All in good time.
I be knowing Citrine Bay. I be knowing it well. I'll be off ahead and search for clues. I'll wait for you there.
The problem with that, Uthor, and I really don't want to go too much into this, is Trump himself is not a fairly large source of money. Which brings up the question, where's the source of money? And again, why? Now, we can talk about politics all we want as long as we're not dicks about it, Ghost Rider. Like, for example, if I point to Uthor and say, "You suck!" then I've officially violated the Rule 0, which is the actual rule. No polemic. For a while there, we had to stop talking about Star Wars because Star Wars was polemic. Yeah, I noticed the parrot. You have found me out, Asmirastar! Sorry, what? Yeah, Musk's motives are much more easy to understand.
Can I assist?
He's a 12-year-old child. I do not say that as an insult, as more as a statement of fact. If I wanted to insult him, I would call him a pathetic, small-dicked man-child who has a vague understanding of what is required to be a human being, but doesn't actually know how to get that final step to get there. But in fact land, he's a 12-year-old. He never grew up and he never understood anything. The way he throws tantrums and fits is honestly kind of hysterical, if not for the sheer amount of money that he has to throw around in order to back his threats. It's like that one bully you knew back in school who could get away with everything because his parents were on the board. It was pretty bad, PM Freelux. It cooled down. We only had to put that onto the polemic list for, I don't know, like 6 months, something like that. There was a period there where we could not discuss Star Wars without it getting polemic. Episode 8 sucks! Sorry. Relapse. I'm okay. Whew. Okay. I'm gonna give it negative to this, too. Too many of these quests literally mandate you take a flight path. And I get why, but it's straight up padding. And I know this is bad back in the day because, you know, I played a warrior. I could just go to places. I will not give my opinion on the matter. But the parallels between Reagan and Trump are real. That's it. Stormheart's very pretty from up here, isn't it? It's almost like the Legion zones were designed from the ground up to be flied in, despite whatever the developer... You remember that? When the developers of Legion were constantly insisting, no, we never intended for flying to exist in Legion. Never, never. We're walking away from flight. And I'm like, okay, y'all are high. I said this years ago, that these zones were designed around flying. And I've only ever been proven right about that. Oh, absolutely, PM3X. And yeah, pretty much from this point onward, every zone is built with flying in mind. That's true, Ghost Rider. That is valid. I apologize if I have upset you. However, the rule is actually very, very simple. Let's say I talk about... I'll use something safe, okay? Let's say I talk about puppies. And I bring puppies up as a concept, because it naturally comes up in a conversation. So I'm like, hey, puppies, and... I give an opinion on puppies. Puppies suck. They're loud, they're noisy, they make a mess, they stink. Ugh, I hate puppies. And then if someone decides to say that I have stepped over a line on that, or asks that I stop talking about puppies, or in a less polite way decides to come after me for that opinion, then I can then recognize that in this place at this time with these people, because that's the 3 requirements, oh, that's something polemic. So I'll drop it. I will keep my opinion on puppies to myself. Chkunk. Let me close the lid on it. What is polemic isn't a hard and line rule because that's not how life works. If this was 50 years ago, talking about how black people are cool would be considered polemic, right? Yeah, the rule is and always will be, don't be a dick. Rule 0. That's why it's called that. And that means being able to be dynamic about it.
Let's have a chat.
You best keep your voice below whispers, matey. There'll be a band of pirates ahead. For sure, they not be the type to want to mess around with.
Them ships belong to the Red Blade. There be no doubt about it.
Oh?
Stop by anytime.
Alright, now that Uther's dead. It'd be no coincidence we'd be in Citrine Bay investigating a murder. We find a band of pirates known as the Red Blade here. Aye, this be no coincidence at all, but we be needing proof. You go ahead and get your clues. I'll get some scallywags to interrogate. I will get to the bottom of this. There'll be no doubt.
Take it easy.
There'll be few pirates you want to cross swords with less than the Red Blade. They be salty dogs indeed. That being said, they does have a way with rum. I'll level with you. There'll be few rums as jolly as that of the Red Blade. Seeing as we're heading off in search of clues, you might as well bring back a few bottles while you're at it. Bring me many bottles as you can find. I'll reward you handsomely. Pirate's honor.
Be seeing you. Get the spiced rum, and I'll find us some scallywags.
You want me? Okay. Everyone I've ever known in real life who thinks that free speech means you can say whatever you want to without regard to anything at all is just an asshole. I've never seen a decent human being actually have that opinion or try to take that stance. It reminds me of another thing. Oh god, and now I can't think of it. I just lost it in I lost it. It was going to be a thing. It's more of a fictional thing, but I've seen it in real life too. Where it's like, you ever notice the only people you ever hear talking about how you must be willing to sacrifice are the villains? Like, that comes up in Dragon Age all the time, to use a specific example. In order to do the greater good, we must be willing to sacrifice. What about you? What do you mean? Are you going to sacrifice anything? Of course not! Okay, but like, man, you lost me. Some people also seem to think that all forms of moderation are therefore censorship, which is another eyebrow-raising statement. Another opinion I've never heard from anybody with a reasonable opinion behind it. Rules are for thee, not for me, or however that saying goes. I had no procs in that entire combat. Jesus. Whoops. God dang it, I keep hitting the wrong button on that. I should swap these. I keep screwing that up.
I, Master Matthias Shaw, hereby authorize the Red Blade to hunt down the rogue agent Amber Kiernan. Bring me her head, and the Red Blade will have full access to Stormwind Bay, and a royal pardon for past crimes committed.
Damn. That's incredibly valuable. Jesus, Shaw. Very in the lead on that one. These words are definitely written by me, Matthias Shaw, a very real person. Could you go away, please? Thank you. Do I not? That was strange. You okay there, buddy?
Aye. Take it easy.
You found evidence of the murder from the Pirates of the Red Blade.
Be seeing you.
What do you have there? What does it be a letter from Master Matthias Shaw himself, written to the Red Blade, no less? It'd be just as I thought. These orders are fishier than a bucket of chum.
Stop by
Gross.
SI-7, be sailing with the Red Blade. This be not jolly news. Keep your sights on the horizon.
He pops the cork from a bottle and takes a long gulp. Aye, 'tis be the stuff. You done well. Hydration bot.
Stop by anytime.
Whatever Amber Kiernan knew, Matthias Shaw didn't want getting out. Aye, this be dirty business indeed, hiring the Red Blade at such a price, just to hunt down and kill one of their own. You best get back to the Hall of Shadows and let Lord Ravenholt know what we found here. Whatever SI-7 be up to would be going deeper than we imagined.
Keep your sight. These be not the Red Blade's waters. Who sent you, laddie?
I'll never tell ye.
Okay.
Do you know who I be, laddie?
Now that ye mention it, ye does look somewhat familiar.
Tethys, or the Bloodsail Buccaneers.
Oh God, no. I've heard of you. Please don't kill me.
Now I'll only ask you one more the hour. Who sent ye?
It was SI-7. They offered us the riches of Stormwind in exchange for Amber Kiernan.
We've got what we be needing here. Ye be off to Dalaran. I'll catch up.
Are you gonna kill this guy?
I just soiled myself. Oh, please don't kill me.
Are you going to kill this man? I'll think about it. Okay. Well, don't be up too late. Bye, Spider-Man. Oh, God! Alright, Huthor's dead again. Can someone stop rezzing Huthor, please? I'm just poking fun. Do as I say, not as I do is something I have actually employed. In fact, I can even name a specific example. Damn it, it's Mirror Star! When I was building this computer, the very one I'm working on right now, I actually was doing a few things that I flat out said, do not do this. Do not do what I'm doing. Because I was using it as for those of you who were there for the stream, I was using it as a teaching example for anybody who hasn't built their own computer before. And occasionally I'm like, okay, don't do this. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I've done this dozens of times. Do not emulate this if you do not also know what you're doing. That's a good example of do as I say, not as I do. Now, if I do something reckless and stupid that I really actually shouldn't be doing...
Let her be written no ordinary code. This here code be the work of a true master.
Translation, please? I cannot understand his incessant pirate gibberish.
He said that the letter was written in an advanced code that will not be easily broken.
You had best watch your tongue, lass, or you'll be making a trip to the plank.
Plank?
Enough.
We operate where others cannot.
So, it seems Master Matthias Shaw was willing to pay any cost to have her dealt with.
All according to plan.
This is dangerous. It would not be fair for me to stand idly by as you risk your life to unearth this corruption. So I've got this random Valajar who's going to join you.
Was that all?
I'm all ears.
Nah, avast ye. The time be long overdue that we get some more pirate blood in your ranks. And I know just the man to do it. Talking about good old Yancey Grilson, of course. He's an old salt down the Stranglethorn way. Send him some of your land-loving scallywags off to round him up.
You see, smartly now. Old Yancey's not going to convince himself to join our crew.
Yeah, I got this. Yar. Ah, you got to say it right. Yar. No, it's even worse.
We operate where others cannot.
I serve no one.
Let's get some experience for
Let's talk more action.
Vanessa there. Oh my god, Grifta. You're killing me here.
What you want?
Fine.
Spirits be with you, man.
Stop existing.
Be seeing ya. You be careful, man.
Damn it, he just gave me another quest.
You come get the voodoo. Stay away from the voodoo.
Whatever. Frickin' Grifter. It's the most horrible thing of all. He's a quest marker just sitting there, staring at me. Let's try to squeeze one more in. Hey, man. You know, if you buy me things, then it'll be cool.
How may I help you?
Hopefully our priests have a chance to rest before heading back into battle. Our priests are resting and recuperating, but one of them is not with the others. Gilner Greymoss lingers in the Sanctuary of the Void, laughing to himself. He refuses to leave, but his presence is making the others uneasy, excuse me. Perhaps you could speak with him and see what's wrong.
Until next time.
They're taunting us, you know? The shadows. They see our demise.
Excuse me. Are you Gilner Greymoss?
don't hear them, do you? They're laughing. They're warning. Oh, our time is coming. The void sends whispers of our fate, a gruesome death. Oh, light a candle for your loved ones, priest, because the end is near and inescapable.
I mean, yeah. You, need a Snickers or anything? Like, I could get you a coffee, maybe. No? Okay, whatever.
We will accomplish much together.
Gilder's hearing voices, is he? All that dabbling in the shadows has finally caught up to him.
Another Shadow Priest spouting nonsense. I can't say I'm surprised. Things like this are bound to happen when you linger too close to the void.
We cannot afford to make careless assumptions, Alonsus. We need to find out if this Shadow Priest speaks the truth.
But I'm right here. Why would I lie?
Not all who wander are lost.
If we wish to see the truth in Gilner's ramblings, we will need to induce a vision. It's not the sort of thing that is typically forced, but we have within our ranks the best and brightest alchemists who can craft an extract that will grant me the sight I need. Seek them out in Ajuna, where they are currently aiding those on the front lines.
Many depend on you.
Okay, I can do that.
Good fortune. Do not lose faith.
I still not have... Yeah, I don't. Oh, that's the heritage quest. Okay, that makes more sense. Excuse me. I said, listen, I don't see the problem with constantly being bathed in void energy, okay? Actually, what I find funniest is there's all kinds of people who are constantly worried about Fel and Fel infusion, and there's lots and lots of bias against warlocks and demon hunters, all kinds of fun stuff like that. And then there's the Shadow Priests. They're just over there. Arguably worse and more dangerous in every way than the people who tamper in demonic power. But no, they're cool. Like, you saw Alonza's Fowl just now, who was just like, ugh, another Shadow Priest. Whatever. It had to take Velen to be like, alright, hold up. Maybe we should check this one out. Hello? Oh, there's a bunch of basilisks here. There you go.
Feels like these bones of mine haven't moved in years. Come, let's find some place to talk where we won't be caught by a basilisk gaze.
Sure thing, Vol'jin. Why you call me Dad? I'm not Vol'jin. Yeah, but you sound just like him. It's weird.
Greetings, man.
It's a good thing you showed up when you did. So Velen wants to do us a vision. That's no easy task, but Nyalia and I can't handle.
Later.
Oh, all the time, Evo. Void, again, Void is corruptive. I mean, I guess you could say Fel is corruptive too, and so is Light and Nature. And look, okay, point being, Void is mutative, I think is the word I want to use. Whereas Fel can convert you into something like itself and will burn you. Void wants you to agree with it. Void will convince you, whereas Fel will be like... If I might use a comparison, it's the difference between stupid Sith and smart Sith. Hear me out for a second. I know that over in Star Wars they constantly change their mind about how the dark side works, but one of the more consistent threads is that you can brute force, excuse me, someone into giving into the dark side by literally just torturing them into it, right? We actually see this in KOTOR 1, to use a specific example. But then some people can be coerced into becoming part of the dark side. actually convinced that it is legitimately the correct way of thinking. At which point they are much more, shall we say, believers of the cause. And that's Void. Most people who fall to Void do so because they legitimately, ironically, believe in the doubt that is working through there. Yali and I were delivering antidotes to the front lines of Feronar when we were attacked by a herd of Murlocs. We dropped our supplies and made a run for it, but Yali never made it out of the camp. Obviously, I didn't fare much better. My bones still ache from being turned to stone. It's possible Yalia is still alive and being held captive. Please, you have to find her.
Spirits be with you.
Oh, during our attempts to flee the Murlocs, Yalia and I dropped the supplies we planned to deliver to the demon hunters in Feronar. Inside each of those crates were vials of salve that took us countless days and resources to craft. If I don't go to supply it back, I fear allies on the front lines will suffer.
Be seeing you.
Sure. So, I'm going to call Spartan out publicly. Spartan, whether or not you and I agree on a lot of things, you are way too quick to mouth off at people, and I find that unacceptable. Consider this your formal, public, and verbal warning. You've done this in Discord, and you've done this in my chat, too. This is actually more like your third warning, but whatever. Who am I mind controlling? Who am I mind controlling? There we go. Also, trans rights are human rights. Alright, so. That sentence is always weirded me out, actually. If I could just say that very briefly. Of course, a person's rights are rights. That's just... It's like saying water's wet. Yeah, the light... See, that's the thing. Everything's corruptive to some extent or another. I'm not actually joking about that. Everything's corruptive in this setting to some extent or another. Everything wants to be more of itself. Very, very few things are, ironically, in balance. Sure. I'll just let that quest sit there. Like, let's use the elements for an example. We actually talked about this back in Kata. Fire wants to burn everything. However, if fire is allowed to burn everything, it will run out of fuel. It will cease to exist and die. Right? That actually was why Ragnaros was on the side of N'Zoth, because he was going to be given free reign to burn everything. Ignoring the fact that that would be self-destructive. Let me use another example. Nature. Over in the original Draenor before the Draenor we saw, it was completely overrun by so much natural energy. Oh, okay. That it was actually killing the planet, right? And the planet was going to die if it did not have something intercede, and that's when Agrimar got involved. Oh, Jesus, I do not have that much AoE. It's okay, I got this. I know how to play Shadow Priest. I know how to play Shadow Priest. Probably shouldn't have done the Halo, but whatever. Okay. Cool. Arguably the light is the same way, and so is Arcane, and so is Fel, and so is Void. Like, those are the obvious ones, but pretty much every general source of power, if made too much, is bad, which is logical, if you think about it. We've talked about this before. Everything being too orderly is a very real threat and problem. Like, too much order, quite literally...
Over here! I need your help!
In a second.
I've tried breaking out, but the wooden bars are too thick. This cage may be strong, but remember, a Murloc's mind is weak and easily controlled.
Yeah, can you give me a minute, please? We actually have seen what too much order looks like. It actually removes free will from the equation, which is what they want. Which is what the Titans want, I should say. Come here, open the cage. Open the cage. Open the cage.
You have my thanks.
You're welcome. Now, how do I let this person go? Oh, God, I don't know how to let go of mind control. There we go. 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 Die, my minion. Oh god, I don't have a buff. Yeah, FF14 does the same thing. And honestly, yeah, it makes sense as a theme. Hey, Ort! We're free! I appreciate the apology, Spartan. Let's scooch this over here, scooch this over here, scooch that over there. There we go. Fel is kind of the same thing. I mean, duh, right? Obviously, Sargeras has been ordering Fel, but given its own free reign, Fel would just consume and destroy and burn everything, pretty much the exact same way that fire does. And of course, Void wants everything to be just a chaotic mess of nonsense. Can I help you, Zalatath? No? Okay, good. Ignore the tentacles. Ignore the tentacles. See, they went away. They went away. Everything's fine. My own phone tends to say Laura. You know, I was actually thinking about that because Final Fantasy in general, especially, say, Final Fantasy V, which really started this, although FF3 talked about this as well, pretty much calls Void what WoW calls Fel. It's almost identical, really. But the thing is, in WoW, they decided to go a different direction with it, and that's fine. I get why they did it. It probably helps that Void very much has a sentience behind it. There's an insidiousness behind it, as opposed to, say, in the Final Fantasy series, where Void is just an overriding tidal wave of destruction, right? And that's it. It's just...
May the light guide you.
Your quick thinking got me out of a terrible situation. Thank you.
Keep the shadows at bay.
Do you have our supplies?
Stay away.
Oh, don't tell how many lives you saved by recovering these vials.
Spirits be with you, man.
Forcing a vision isn't easy by any means. Finding the ingredients for the elixir alone will take a considerable amount of time, and we don't have. Too many are suffering on the front lines as we speak, in need of the salve we were meant to deliver. I suppose if we all work together, we can make this work. Zabra and I will find the items needed for Valen's elixir if you take the salve to Faranar and cure the demon hunters.
Stay vigilant.
Supporting people as a priest? We must never have a support spec. Oh, sorry. I suppose I misspoke a little bit, Blair Taval, because the thing is, Fel doesn't really have a sentience behind it at all. Right? Like, I mean, obviously there's Sargeras. No, I haven't even touched the zones yet, Ascendants. We're doing that last. We got to go through the order halls first, which is what we're doing right now. Fel, so we've talked about this before. It's possible there's no such thing as natural Fel. In other words, it's possible that everything that is Fel was converted into demonic via something. We're not 100% sure about that. But we do know that there has never been any guiding force behind Fel until Sargeras showed up. And Sargeras is order yoking the chaos, right? And doing an extraordinarily good job of it. Be free. That's right, we are specifically healing demon hunters who are currently holding the front lines of the Faranar front. That is true, Blair Taval. In the more or less the exact same way that fire does. If you burn everything, then there's nothing left. And you're right, it's this overwhelming tide of destruction. Just like in Final Fantasy. Can I, like, just heal these people instead of using this weird alchemy thing? Yeah, I will admit I was very unintentionally inspired by the Warcraft balance point thing when I was writing Our Diablo. I didn't even realize it until someone else pointed it out. In Our Diablo, humans actually came about as being in the very middle of the four forces. And as a direct consequence, you know, everyone else wants them to be more like them, but what most people aren't aware is that that would be bad for everyone. Ghost Rider, this is your official warning. Drop it or chill or leave. I don't care which. See, the problem is, once again, we don't really have a lot of exposure to Fel in its, I hesitate to use this word, natural state. Sargeras and the Burning Crusade has been around for millennia. In fact, for most of history. It began most of history. I wonder if they'll ever actually go into it post, well, Legion, honestly. Like, not to go too much into it, but spoilers, we don't really have a lot of Fel lore or demonic lore post-Legion. We'll be dealing with other stuff. These hurt.
We are the Legion! You cannot prevail!
Post-Legion, our biggest enemy? The Shadowlands! Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, we don't know what the origin of Fel is. That's the simplest and easiest answer to that off the deeper end. By most accounts, which has been retconned at least twice that I know of, Sargeras found demons and then bound and chained them, right? So, and then that was, I forget if that was Mardum or Niskar. I think it was Mardum. But either way, bound them all on this one planet and kept it sealed away from everything else and said, here. And in the original lore, he was then corrupted by Fel, but that's all been thrown out the window. That's in Shadowlands, Spartan. It was Mardum. I thought so. No, I know what you meant. You meant Kurthia. The worst zone in the game. So, in the more modern lore, what happened was Sargeras found a void-corrupted planet which was on the verge of birthing a void titan, which is something that the void has been after for a very long time. And so he, in an instant, made a snap judgment, because he's a titan, and he destroyed the entire planet. Anyways. So then he goes back, releases all the demons, and decides to use them, because they're very efficient, as the vehicle by which he will use to purge the entire galaxy of all life, thereby forcing a restart of the universe, and hopefully one which doesn't include the Void. But you'll notice there's no origin of Fel there. Now, I have to, in the interest of total honesty, mention that one of the original demons that he encountered were Nathrazim. Nathrazim are they're the jailer. The jailer's behind the Nathrazim, okay? Ugh, that hurts to even say that. I cannot believe they decided to take one of the more interesting and fleshed out races that have been interactive and manipulative and part of the lore of the setting since Warcraft 3, and made them... They made them part of the jailer's plot. Not that I'm aware of, Cardboard Golem. How do they work before? Give me a second.
Be blessed by the light.
How you doing?
I got a good feeling about you, Katira. This terrible day really starting to turn around when you showed up. Some might call it luck, but I think it's fate. We were meant to cross paths. This could be the beginning of something great.
I choose to believe that fate has brought us together.
I'm with that.
Light is right.
Your willingness to help is admirable, and it gives me insight into what kind of leader you will be. I know you mean to gather priests from all factions and lead them in a battle against the Burning Legion. It's an extraordinary task, but you will not have to embark alone.
We stand together.
How may I help you?
And now,
Farewell.
I believe we actually have to do a dungeon, and I am correct. Yeah, exactly, Ascendants. How did you know? Okay, so here's the dealio. I've actually talked about this before, but from our perspective, the jailer first was existent when they announced Shadowlands at a BlizzCon. And it was like, he's the one behind everything. Well, he looked like this vampire guy, which it's worth noting is nothing like what he looks like in the game at all. And everyone was just like, huh? And they're like, yes, this is the end of the epic saga of all of Warcraft. And they kept emphasizing that he was like behind everything, and it's all dumb. Anyways, but from an under the hood perspective, sometime in BFA, probably mid to late BFA, I'm not actually sure which, and I'll be paying attention this time around to try and gauge roughly when, is when they invented the jailer, because we actually know when the jailer was invented from a behind-the-scenes perspective. The original intention was for Sylvanas to be the next major villain, and that was shot down by executives who said we can't get rid of that popular of a character, right? So the jailer was invented to be the villain that Sylvanas was supposed to be. And that is exactly as janky and awkward as it sounds. So, the Shadowlands don't exist functionally as of now, as of the content we're doing right now. The Jailer doesn't exist, and won't for at least halfway through the next expansion, at bare minimum. And I think that's it. So, let's talk about the Nothrazim. Originally, the Nothrazim... I gotta actually put this into words. What is this? Oh, I should actually just straight up abandon that. There we go. Well, you see, Blade Tavol, I don't know. It's probably because Idiot Boy, that is to say the Banished One, had this thing, which is very old think. It's something that a lot of Blizzard writers and developers have fallen into the problem of. If you're going to make someone a villain, they have to be the final boss of an expansion. If they're the final boss of an expansion, they have to die. Now, I know there's actually an exception to that, but that has been the mentality for a very long time. As is probably obvious based on my terminology, I don't fully agree with that. So the idea... What, am I Horde? Oh, I am Horde. I even reminded myself, wait, I'm Alliance. I turned around. Did you see that? Anyways. So the idea most assuredly was, Sylvanas must be the villain. And they're like, no, you can't kill her. As if, you know, that was the only possible outcome there. God, what a mess. Jesus Christ, I can't get rid of any of these quests. Huh. Okay, okay. I can make this work. We're gonna do something weird just to kind of progress a little bit and get to the next timer thing. Nothrazim. I promised I'd talk about Nothrazim. So, the way they used to work is they were demons who were pretty advanced when it comes to magical technology, but not super powerful in and of themselves, and I'm saying that wrong. They were strong but unskilled, is I think the word choice I want to use there. Something you'd see very often is the Nothrazim would lean very heavily on their raw power, like for example Nothrazim are natural shapeshifters. Yes and no. Delves is a good way to do it as well, Cody, if you want to go for that route. Anathrazim will, like, replace someone, like, say, I don't know, Bragwin. And then Bragwin will be like, so, have you ever considered sacrificing yourself to demons? And then they would be able to, mess with things and screw with things enough, stoke the fires that are already hot, right? Return to the present, please.
Meeting again for the first time.
And because they stoke the fires that are already hot, people get attacking and blah 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 blah. It's like something we mentioned a while ago with the Cataclysm. A false flag operation will not work if both sides are not already willing to go to war, right? So Nathrazim get away with their terrible infiltration and general stupidity and lack of skill because they can shapeshift. And so some people are already predisposed towards disliking other people, or wanting to fight other people, or hating other people, or whatever they got going on. There's plenty of options there. Whoops, it's up here. I forgot about that. Right there, I see it. But they were also really good tinkers, crafters, etc. If you remember back during the lore run, I mentioned that the Nathrazim were considered one of the highest tier species on the tech tree in the whole setting, right up there with the Ethereals. The Nathrazim were the ones who invented artifact-level items, like the Helm of Domination and like Frostmourne, to name two examples. And as we see in Legion, okay, good, they have quite a few, that's actually funny, they have quite a few artifacts under their belt as well, regardless of those two. Like I think like 5 of the artifacts we've gotten are actually Nathrazim crafted. Am I in heroic?
They will not.
I am in heroic. Whoops. Whatever. I mostly hate it because of its connection to the jailer, but also they were always behind everything thing irritates me.
We meet again.
There's actually a specific bit of lore in the game, I forget where it is, which flat out states that the Nathrazim have been infiltrating every other force in the universe and manipulating everyone, everywhere, always, all the time, which honestly irritates the crap out of me. Nobody in this setting is that good at manipulating everyone simultaneously. And, as I just mentioned, the Nathrazim are dumb. Even in Shadowlands, they're stupid. But I like that. Brilliant but lazy, right? Yeah, Frozen Throne did a good depiction of them, honestly. Hell, even Veramothras only got away with everything he did because Sylvanas didn't give a crap. That really is more... Like, we talk about how Veramothras is the one who is really behind the events of the Wrathgate, but really, she has full culpability there. Because she let him. You know? Anyways, sorry. Getting off topic. So that's the main thing that irritates me about it, is first of all, the connection to the jailer. And second of all, the fact that they're behind everything, always, forever, and ever. Which, by definition, means the jailer is behind everything, always, forever, and ever.
Can you feel the winds? They come.
I can just picture it. It'll be like, okay, we found the true, no really secret hidden villain of everything forever.
Form, but her arrogance is all her own.
Sorry. Does that fit? What is that? Storm. Shadow, blood, shadow. Alright, whatever. I just realized I should put a real weapon on, since I don't actually have any relics right now. It was Bob all along! God dang it. Really? Anyways, sorry. Yes, Lothraxion. So Lothraxion existed before the jailer did. Let's just start with that. But as for whether or not Lothraxion was always part of the Nathrazim plot, probably. I should mention that, to my knowledge, Lothraxion hasn't been touched on at all since Legion. Oh, that's fire. I need blood. Another good example of a villain who's much better done than the Jailer is Ashara, who likes to think that she's behind everything all the time forever. But no, she's an idiot. She is playing some hella speed chess. And I kind of like that. I like that she's, first of all, that she's an arrogant twit. But second of all, that she's coasting a lot. Like, she's gotten lucky more times than she would ever admit to. Way too big of an ego for that. What is that ability? Is that a PvP ability? Nope. What the hell is Mind Games? What the hell is Mind Games? It's gotta be a PvP ability. There it is. Oh, whatever, get off my bar. We'll do this dungeon for real later, by the way. Obviously.
The storm awakens!
Are you okay there, buddy? Buddy, I guess. Yeah, Lithraxian was introduced very suddenly in the quest chain we're doing right now, Priest. Although I think he shows up for Paladin as well. And then it's like, oh crap, there's a light Nathrezim. That's really interesting and cool. Are we going to follow through on that? No. Oh. Okay. Frankly, the most interesting thing that Lithraxian actually presents in the game is that he has an insight into how the light forged work. Like, it's never stated outright, but it is extremely heavily implied that Lithraxian did not willingly convert to the light.
The tides rise. All will be tempered water. Eternal.
And there's a frost relic, which is also worthless to me. Where's this turn in? Perfect. Let's get out of here. I'm probably the only person in the world who kind of liked that the Jailer was a broken robot. I have to admit, part of that is my unutterable disdain for the Jailer. But no, I actually do kind of like the concept, all joking aside. The only thing I don't like about it is it's just Sargeras again. Because it is. Sargeras was a broken robot. He was. 30 go 210, right? Like, that was his problem. So it's repeating a plot point. Having said that, I think they could have massaged it and made it work. What's really funny is it doesn't connect with his primary and indeed only character trait. Anyone in chat who doesn't know, can you guess what the primary character trait is of the Jailer? Because he does have one, consistently and repeatedly.
I always have time for you.
Agent, please.
If you find a powerful weapon, just make sure it isn't corrupted by the Burning Legion or old gods.
Okay, Blade Taval guesses ego. Evo guesses cruelty. Kira White Noise probably already knows the answer to this. Big nipples. That's it, right there. No, it's cruelty. The one consistent character trait, and this is, I'm being quite sincere about this. that the jailer shows in almost every interaction he has with anyone else is sheer cruelty. Pure malice. He goes out of his way to do things that are actually detrimental to himself because he wants someone to suffer. Now, that's a good question, Blade Travol. Why? Especially if he's a broken robot. Now, the easy answer is because he's the bad guy. But believe it or not, I do actually have a hypothetical answer for it. Hear me out for just a second. What do we know about Shadowlands? It was rather rushed. It was being written by people who were also not writing proper notes, who were not coordinating with other people, who were taking over from other people. And all the while, those people were in the middle of getting fired so that other people could take over and try to salvage the story. In other words, I'm thinking purely from a behind-the-scenes perspective, but if we look at it that way, we see a mess where the jailer was just kind of slotted in to fill a slot that already existed. Now, who do we know who's a character, who's a villain, who has a tremendous amount of anger and cruelty and viciousness and malice, all stemming from the same thing, which is wound. Someone who is so wounded and so sick and to death of all the crap that's been done to her for years. All of the garbage that she has had to put up with. Think about it. Sylvanas. I think the cruelty makes a lot more sense if you consider it from the perspective of the jailer's, all the horrible, evil things he does. It also does apply to Monostorm. Was actually originally written, all of the plot beats, all of the necessary character beats were originally written for Sylvanas to do them. She was never exactly a good person. And she's been through some things. She has every reason in the world to just want to hurt other people, just out of spite. Just out of pure need for revenge. Like, there's an understandability to that. There's a relatableness to that. And, of course, it makes sense. But then Sylvanas was moved out of the villain slot, and so in place was made this new guy who's a broken robot? Okay. Why is he so cruel?
Without faith, the battle is lost. You are the instrument of change.
Actually, yeah, Huthor. The whole reason Sylvanas dueled Varrock at the gates of Orgrimmar was because of her cruelty. Because she wanted to hurt him. You've returned just in time, it would seem. Yalia and Zabra have just finished crafting the elixir. This lens will allow you to see what I see when the vision begins.
Be just.
I have everything I need to bring forth the vision, but the question remains, are you ready to witness it? Even the smallest glimpse into the future can weigh heavily on your soul. Once I ingest the elixir, the vision will come quickly. Okay, let's do it.
The light will guide your way. We welcome your help.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly right, Blade Travol. That is exactly my legitimate, no jokes, no memes theory for what actually happened. The jailer really is, we have Sargeras at home when you sit down and think about it.
I see a great darkness looming over Netherlight Temple. The shadow of the Burning Legion, ready to strike. Our order will fall at his hands. Everyone within will perish.
What are paladins doing here?
Be our fate. We are doomed to die at the hands of the dread Lord Balnazar. This will be our fate. Unless I see a path that leads to our victory. You are there, walking with the light. Guiding us all. It's becoming clear. An old enemy becomes an ally.
Hey look, a Scarlet. You were right.
Shadows rise.
And some Shadow Priests.
All unite under the light.
And Paladins. Notice Delia's right there, cool. I like this scene, sorry. The advantages of having written some stuff out in advance, That's actually foreshadowing for both order halls, which makes sense because they tie into each other so much. Whoops, wrong. Label things properly, Laura. God, stop being so stupid.
Something is amiss on this world.
Yes, I'm definitely a bastion of the light. Can't you tell by the light reflecting off my shades? We will not let this demon determine our fate. You have the power to change our future. I've seen the path to salvation. You will lead us there. I must retire for now. The weight of this vision has taken its toll on my mind and my body.
Many depend on you.
Hang on.
Elune be with you.
I cannot stand idly by and allow the Legion to destroy our home. I've been studying their language for some time, deciphering any runes I can get my hands on, but my supply is severely limited. If I had more runes to study, it's possible I could discover something that will help us locate Balnazar.
Goddess watch over you.
Well, I'm listening.
Word of your leadership has spread rather fast. Priests of all sorts have traveled to the temple to lend their aid. We're lucky enough to have caught the eye of Vicar Eliza. She's quite a leader in her own right, commanding countless devotees.
The Dark Irons will claim the rightful place in this world.
Go do the Halls of Valor. I just did a dungeon. We cannot ignore the Prophet's vision. To do so would mean everything we know and hold dear will be lost to the Legion. We must focus on what we know, and that is the light walks among us. Within the Halls of Valor, you'll find an ascendant Valkyr by the name of Hirja. Recover the spark of light within her and release it in our temple.
May light and shadow guide you.
No, I remember Pakmanix, and this is my solution to that.
Forsaken.
Such as it is.
Trust no one.
I get a few of these, please? Thank you.
Goodbye.
No dinner for me. Only death. Huh. Okay. I've been thinking about this for a while now. Yeah, at some point I'll stop streaming, I swear. Hi, Bragwin. I feel like if they'd leaned into the broken robot thing more, it would have worked a lot better. Sargeras, sure, he was already kind of the broken robot, but, like, really lean into it. Don't add any personality there. You know what I mean? Don't try to make him into a character. Make him into a droid. One of the things that... yeah, exactly, Huthor. One of the things that Star Wars does very, very well consistently across most of its media is they know how to characterize a droid who doesn't really have a character past that, right? Yeah, just make him the evil arbiter. That's exactly it. This is what he's here to do. That's it. That's all. And there's no attempts to coerce people or anything. It's just, this is what I'm going to be doing now. I must now grind down your soul to provide fuel for this blade. Oh my god, the pain! Do not worry. At a certain point, you will no longer be capable of feeling pain. You know, just deprive all personality from that and make that completely uncaring, right? Make him... It's one form of the eldritch horror concept, is to make something that doesn't care about you at all, right? You are so... your pain, your concepts, your ideas, your person... You're like, oh, why are you doing this? We must... Yeah, make it completely dispassionate and very creepy about it, right? That's what the jailer should have been, in my personal opinion, if we were going to go that route with it. So I'm looking something up really quick here. That'll do. It's true. Most Blizzard villains are... It's why we have so few really good Blizzard villains to point to. We do have a few. You know, there are a few here and there. But there's a reason why Mengsk is and always will be a better villain than Amon. to use a specific example. And yeah, it's why Iridikron was so interesting. I guess I should use present tense for that. Is so interesting, because Fyrakk is your classic WoW villain. The interesting thing about him is that they're using him for something, rather than him just being the villain. Me too. Me too, as Master. And yeah, Iridikron, that's what an Earth Mage looks like. I actually did like the Overmind. I will give you that. Which is interesting, considering how early on he was killed in the narrative. Although, honestly, that was probably the right call, weirdly enough. That's part of what made it work, though, in my opinion, late of all. Like, Mengsk, villain. No arguing that one, right? He's a monster. A brute, a beast, and a warlord. Well acted, well portrayed, well written, interesting, engaging, relatable, understandable, weaknesses and loves and hates. As usual, the most fleshed out characters in StarCraft are the humans. But yeah, the Overmind was an animal. It was kind of a bot, actually. I feel like I'm repeating myself here. Amon? They didn't even try to characterize Amon. Dragonflight is going to be so fascinating when we get there. Legitimately. I'm really looking forward to it. Not just because I want to play Dragonflight again, but because it's going to be fascinating really dissecting it. I've only played through Dragonflight once. The one time, on my one character. So this will be my second time through, and I'm really going to be pulling out the magnifying glass this time around. I've been surprised a few times as we go through WoW. Some things haven't been as good as I remember, and some things have been much better than I remember. We'll see. I look forward to Dragonflight scoring really badly, because I was just so ready for anything other than Shadowlands. Yeah, the first ones should probably be dropped from the narrative, if we're just being 100% honest. And there's a lot of reasons why, but it really boils down to they really have no place in the narrative. You know? I mean, yeah, sure, I personally don't like the idea of the first ones existing, especially since we already have the Titans. But either you want to retain some level of mystery, like Uthor does, in which case they should be dropped, or you think they're redundant and serve no purpose in the narrative, like I do, in which case they should be dropped. And yeah, by all accounts, it's entirely likely the first ones have been dropped and do not exist in the narrative at this point. Where are the Void Lords? Well, the next expansion's called Midnight.
I live to serve.
Too late, heroes. Your world...
Excuse me. I wonder if we'll be given a choice, Bobanix. Yeah, I noticed that either. The old gods, they had personalities, which was arguably part of the problem. I wonder how much of that is a defect, though. You ever think about that? We know that chaotic energies can and often do lead to free will in this setting. The Earthen are the most overt example of that. But also, arguably, us. So it's entirely possible the old gods were literally just bullets until they started, doing their shtick and started having some droid effect happen and they became people. Which, that's an interesting thought. Also, knowing Metzen's overall writing style, I pretty much guarantee there's at least one other big twist waiting somewhere. And if the man knows anything about narrative law, which he does, we will see that twist in Midnight, and that'll help inform where the Last Titan goes. I try not to speculate about twists like that, but I would be shocked if we don't have a twist. I remember him saying on BlizzCon, being like, "Oh my God, are the Titans really good?" And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know if I said this out loud, but I remember thinking to myself, I wonder how much of that's being said for people who don't pay attention to the lore at all, because anybody who's ever paid attention to the lore knows the Titans have never been the good guys. Like, not once. Even going back to vanilla, they have hinted at the idea that the Titans are not, you know, the good guys.
For the Legion!
True enough, Uthor. Can't argue. Yeah, no judgment, I suppose. For people who don't care or pay attention. We'll talk about Ra more in TFA, actually, of all things. Metzen's always fascinating to me. He's a great artist who's a great writer. How often do you see that happen? I mean, there's Evo over there. She's a great artist and writer. I really can't wait for her to finish her book. I'm going to try and convince her to publish it, too. She'll never do it, of course. She'll be like, no, it's so bad, and I'm awful. Then I'll hit her with a rolled-up newspaper. Which, where the hell am I going to find a newspaper in this day and age? Do you have any idea how hard it is to come by one of those?
Our Legion!
Yeah, you know the weirdest thing about Metzen, and I mean this with total sincerity? He's a good guy. By basically every account, he's actually a decent human being. And do you know how freaking rare that is? For someone that high up in the gaming industry to just be cool? That is unacceptably rare, if I might be so bold. Like, usually we get people like Spencer, who, alright, but, I mean, he's still a rich asshole, right? Yeah, the OCP. Another great example, actually. As it happens. Someone once compared him to, the college bro personality type.
Too late, heroes. You're...
Which I actually thought was an interesting comparison point. For those of you not aware of the archetype, the college bro is who I was back in college. It's the guy who gets along with everybody. He's just kind of chill. And yeah, that sounds like Metzen. Yeah, not the frat boy. That's very different. The college bro. Not the bro. Bro has been misused so much, because usually people nowadays use bro when they use it as a negative terminology. But in this case, I specifically mean it as a positive thing. Yeah, he came out wearing an Alliance shirt and wielding Doomhammer. That's a good way to summarize that. I'm not even halfway through this quest. This is insane. I did too. I completely forgot about these. I hope there's not more than the 2, he says with no certainty in his voice. Give another negative for this. Jesus Christ. It probably is. You'll notice it's 50 again. That's the exact number we needed for the mage quest. I'll probably finish this off camera. I am shocked I haven't been called to dinner yet. I don't know why, but it's a big dinner. We're actually having Thanksgiving for dinner. I mean, yeah, if you're doing these while he's current, you just go do it, and hey, you just kill demons, and eventually it'll just happen. I suppose I could kind of do that. Like, these are pseudo-secondary quests. They're not fully part of the Order Hall chain. So, my Hearthstones are up, so let's go ahead and do that. I don't have that. I'm not even halfway through. I'm not even halfway through. But yeah, exactly, Bro the Snow. Bro has been poisoned as a term. Usually if you hear me use the phrase, I usually use it as in a positive connotation. The bro archetype, like Garrus over in Mass Effect. Or Rex over in Mass Effect. Or... you get it. Something that isn't Mass Effect related. Alistair from Mass Effect, but on the ground. Girls absolutely can be bros. Although now I'm challenged to think of one. I was going to mention the guy in Telltale, but I didn't actually mean that as a joke. Yeah, actually, Tali qualifies as a bro. I would actually go with that. Let's go off of heroic here. Yep. You know what? Actually, yeah. Cassandra. That's a bro character. Yeah, Ryuji. Also male. Although, interestingly enough, I can't remember her name, is also a bro in the same game. Yeah, Aveline. That's a good bro character. She's arguably the most bro character in Dragon Age 2. The only reason that that's in contention is because Varric exists. And, thank you, Ross. Matt Horner? Yeah, I could see that. He's not the usual bro archetype. Like, I'm saying that wrong. He's not the usual type of personality, but he is definitely a bro. And yeah, I would agree with Gav from FF16. And ironically, yeah, I would agree with Pinkie Pie as well. Garrus was literally the first one I mentioned, Blake Joel. Very first bro character I brought up. In many ways, I think Garrus is kind of the archetype of the bro character. I'm probably wrong, but he really was the very first thing that came to mind. Need friends, help me. I'm sorry. It's fine, played what? I just think it's funny. Okay, so ignore all this. None of this is happening. We're going to turn off the audio. None of this is happening. So, hey, I will point out, though, here's the actual Halls of Valor. Are we in Heroic again? Nope, we're in Normal, okay. I think that's the raid Papa needs. I could be wrong, though. Oh, is it in the dungeon? I was gonna say, this feels a little different, but then again, I remembered I actually have done this in Mythic Plus. Yeah, Dragonflight. Spike is not a bro, no. He's certainly charismatic, gets along with a lot of people, but he's kind of the networker guy, right? He's, I know a guy. That's actually a class trait in some games. Usually like pen and paper stuff. Yeah, Garaha's leaning. Estinian kind of has some vibes of that too. That is a good freaking question, Uthor. That's a damn good dungeon too. Both of them. So here's the eating hall. It's basically the same as it is in the order hall. Mushrooms. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. Estinian's more of the bro to Alphino specifically. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Arnvald, he's our bro. He's broing it up. I'm not even joking. He was a bro. Yeah, actually Violet was kind of leaning towards bro archetype in season 1. I obviously have not seen season 2. So, can I kill you? No. Interesting. I mean, the problem of, oh, we got a key for such and such, we're not going to do that, has been around since Legion. Which I believe is when they added the key system in its entirety. I could be wrong. Move that pig faster than that. Oh, that's fine. Rex from Star Wars? Yeah. Yeah, dead keys, exactly. That concept. There's only so much you can do about that. Every game faces that problem. FF14 has that problem a little bit. Oh, I got this one? Nah, I'll take the timer. Peace. Actually, yeah, Ahsoka is a bit of a bro. And yeah, we mentioned Alistair earlier as well. I was trying to drift away from BioWare characters, because BioWare really likes the bro archetype. I don't blame them. It's a good archetype. You've usually got the bro. You've usually got the I have more hidden depths than it looks like I do. You've got the obstinate bureaucrat. Very common thing. And then the obstructive bureaucrat, which BioWare also loves to do. Yeah, the depth hidden by comic relief. It's another common one. Female bros in Dragon Age Origins? Specifically? Oh, our bro in KOTOR is actually a really easy one. Anyone tell me before I tell you it? I was like this trash. They actually tutorialized the boss in this trash. Mission. Absolutely. Mission is our bro in KOTOR, 100%. I'll take that. I mean, Joker is consistently the best character in Mass Effect. I stand by that. That is not a joke, and that is not hyperbole. He is consistently, God damn it, the best character in all 3 Mass Effect games. Yeah, man. Yeah, all the good Witchers. And like Jackass Face. You know the one. You guys gonna fight me? Hello? Yeah, most FF characters don't have a bro archetype. For whatever reason. Like 4... Not really, no. And then 5, no. 6... Hang on, gotta make fun of the voice acting.
I too have proved my worth, Odin. I am God King Skovald. These mortals dare not challenge my claim to the Aegis.
The Vanquishers have already taken possession of it, Skovald, as was their right. Your protest comes too late.
If these false champions will not yield the Aegis by choice, then they will surrender it in death! Give up the Aegis or die!
Okay. You had some fell crap, kind of.
All my plans brought to ruin.
Anyways, FF8 I would say actually has several bro types. Zell and Laguna being the easy ones. Seven doesn't really, as I'm looking through it. So yeah, I would say none in 7. I can't think of any in 6 that really jump out at me either. So I think 8 was when the FFs really started actually having bros, because then we have 9, which has Zidane. 10... Come on, Odin. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I don't know about Waka. Wonka feels more like the guy who, you know, turns it around, which, I mean, makes sense because he does. Yeah, Galuf, he's got his own thing going on, but that's not it. Can I? No. I cannot. I have to walk out. Ramza? Nah, he's definitely not a bro. I'm not sure anyone in Tactics is a bro, honestly. Can I get the run buff, please? There we go. Ferris? No. Like, honestly, I don't think Ferris or Gallup even have enough character to qualify as a bro, but either way, no. Brother is not a bro. True. Sabin? I'd call it an edge case. Because, yeah, the problem is, a bro is defined by how they interact with other people. Sabin only really interacts with Edgar. I mean, yes, he is literally Edgar's brother, but come on. Oh, yeah, and Cyan, excuse me. Yeah, and then there's 14, which actually has several. Yes. The bro archetype, pretty much by definition, means you are a bro. Not a bro to one specific person. Now, that doesn't mean everyone, because obviously Garrus is a bro to, say, you know, Sovereign. But you get my point. Yeah, within reason. Exactly. Yeah, Zaz does, feels like they wanted him to be the bro and turned him into the cool uncle instead. I agree with that. Zaz is cool, don't mistake me, but he's not a bro. Yeah, I could see Saria. They said they needed help, and I can't do anything for them, so I gave her my hug. I don't know what to do. Yeah, Ignis and Prompto are the definition of bro. Might actually surpass Garrus, now that I've said that out loud. Hey, look, it's an irritating, not Botany boss. Sorry. Brawl is a bro, which makes sense given who voices him. Which is funny, because Varian Turbo isn't. I think it was Daruk, yeah. Gorons tend to be bros in general, throughout the whole Zelda franchise. At least when they have character. Darunia is a good example of that. Okay, so now I've done that stupid dungeon. God. I release the light. Wait, that's not the light. Shoot, where's the light? Oh god. Over here, okay. Yeah, I don't like morons either, Ross. Too relatable.
I will help you.
I release the light into you. New much light! The spark will only know its full potential once it's been filled with holy light. Do 5 Order Hall missions. Oh, thank God. I know that sounds weird, but that's the whole point, as I was trying to get to the point where I had the giant time sink of the Order Hall, the board missions. So...
The shadows
I stand ready to help.
May the light guide your way.
Uther's Tomb, can I do that?
We
I
stand
turbo
together.
cannot. Okay. Jesus. I'm gonna go and chop off here. I know, Uthor. Tomorrow, we're gonna continue order hauling. Oh, hopefully have slightly less issues doing so. I'll see you guys.